a sip from my devil's story. Taking over me. Too high, can't come down. Losing my head, it's all around. Can you feel me now? With a taste of the lips, I'm on a run. you've been through. Just a simple touch and it can set free. We don't have to rush when you're alone with me. Hey, I feel it coming. I feel it coming, baby. I feel it coming. I feel it coming, baby. I feel it coming. I feel it coming, baby. I feel it coming. Oh, I feel it coming. Oh, I feel it coming. Oh, I feel it coming, coming, coming. I feel it coming.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to an electrifying evening here at Venture Day 2024 in Madrid. Tonight is a celebration of innovation, passion, and the entrepreneurial spirit that fuel those who dare to dream big and act boldly. We're about to witness the weeks of hard work and the highlights from the startups that are here tonight to show us their ideas, where they put a lot of hard work and heart into it. These are the finalists from a large pool of very talented entrepreneurs. Each one of them has worked tirelessly to turn their vision into reality. And tonight, they're going to share these ideas with us. My name is Philippa, and I'm currently doing a Master in Big Data at IE. And I'm super excited to be your host tonight. And I know the same goes for my two co-hosts, but they shall introduce themselves. Nico.
Hello, everyone. My name is Nico. I study computer science, so I'm really looking forward to some of our data-driven startups later this evening. I'm really excited to be here with all of you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Isa. I'm pursuing a bachelor's degree in business administration, and I'm super excited to be your MC for the evening. So, let's take it off.
This evening will be full of inspiration, fun, and a whole lot of energy. So let's kick it off with a big applause and open the stage for the Managing Director of Venture Lab, Paris Deltras.
Thank you. So I'm not supposed to be here. Really, my boss is supposed to be here, which is Juanjo Güemes, the chairman of the Entrepreneurship and Innovation Center. Unfortunately, he couldn't make it, so I'm making the opening statement. I just want to say that, you know, I've been here, some of you know that I've been here 15 years. 15 years. Yeah, that's a long time. I'm older than dirt, as they say. And the other day, my secretary, who's been here, everybody know Carmen Corrais? Anybody know Carmen Corrais? My secretary has been here 40 years. She has so much dirt on this place. No, my secretary's been here 40 years. And the other day she said to me, in the 15 years that you have been here, you have seen over 3,600 teams in the Venture Lab. That is a lot of teams. But I can tell you that they only get better. This year we have an amazing lineup. And I can tell you that the juries that we've had in the semifinals have told us the same thing, that these were the best teams they've seen in a long time. And so I'm not going to take a lot of time here. I'll make a few more words before we get to the finalists. But we have some exciting things that are happening now in the Venture Lab and in the Entrepreneurship Center. And as you know, my better half here that does most of the work, Anique Jensen, let's give her a big hand. She's going to tell us about some of the exciting stuff that we're going to be presenting tonight.
Yes, so for those who don't know me, I actually started at Paris as a student 10 years ago. It's very daunting that I have my 10-year reunion at IE coming May. I think myself still very young. But one of the things that what I had when I left IE is that you have such an amazing education. You have access to so many amazing entrepreneurs, professors, etc. And then you all of a sudden are alumni. How can we share that story beyond being a student? So for quite some years with many, many teams across the entire IE, we have worked on something that we are taking IE entrepreneurship outside of the walls of this beautiful tower and of our other campuses. We think it's important to tell the stories of all the incredible people that we meet, all the incredible alumni that we meet, whether they're founders, investors, it doesn't really matter. So I'm super, super excited to announce the first ever entrepreneurship podcast called Venture Ahead. That being said, there's a lot of podcasts out there. There's a lot of entrepreneurship podcasts out there. And how do we differentiate? Yes, we have access to all these incredible people, but we think we differentiate because of our students. We have students, the voice of the future. So instead of myself, I did a few podcasts, but we want to make sure that the voice of the future is hosting this podcast. So we have two incredible IE students that are hosting it. So I'd like to introduce them and the podcast and tell a little bit more about Venture Ahead.
Welcome to Venture Ahead,
a university entrepreneurship podcast in which we'll break down every step of the entrepreneurial journey.
We are your hosts for this season. I am Samantha Zoran, an MBA student.
And I'm Valeria Salgado, president of the IE Entrepreneurship Club. We have investors, pioneers in venture capital, mentors, so I think it's going to be very interesting.
That's amazing. Let's do this. We are very excited to be your host this season.
Don't miss out our first episode.
Tune in. Hello.
Hello, everyone. I really hope that you enjoy the news as much as we did. And now I would like to introduce myself live action. My name is Valeria.
My name is Samantha, as you saw in the video.
And let me briefly introduce to you Venture Ahead. Venture Ahead, as Anique mentioned, is the IE University official entrepreneurship podcast. And how we do differentiate? Two things. First, it's led by both of us, so automatically it's a 10 out of 10. But second, we not only and simply interview founders and investors, but we manage to have meaningful conversations with them to try to understand what entrepreneurship truly means to each one of them. We break down into their challenges, journeys, stories, what makes them excited to wake up every single day, what fuels their passion. And a little spoiler alert, each episode is completely different because each founder is unique. We have different founders from around the world with different backgrounds, different industries. And let me introduce two of you to them. First, the next slide. We have, for example, Catalina Valentino. She has a different type of story. She grew up in a single-parent home and had to struggle a bit. And she's honestly one of the founders who have pivoted the most. She started by selling online books only for 24 hours, and now she's building a startup called Elixir, focused on smart cities. And then we have Enrique Linares, who's the one over here. He's actually the first unicorn founder of Spain, and he has built 3 startups in different stages of his life, one in his 20s, other in his 30s, and another in his 40s. So he shares what happens in each one of their stages.
Thank you, Ale. As you can see, we have a lot of amazing and successful entrepreneurs that we feel blessed to have interviewed, but we can't do this alone. So this is where you all come in. We have a segment in the podcast called the Entrepreneur's Inbox, where you can submit your questions. They can be general questions about things about entrepreneurship or specific questions for upcoming hosts. We're very excited to have your questions and share this knowledge in order to make our podcast even more brilliant than we already have made it. And now, it's the Entrepreneur's Inbox. That's the inbox, sorry. And then now I want to go ahead.
I'm an entrepreneur, right?
Sorry. And put a teaser of our first episode coming up of Yuri Levine, who's not a once but a twice unicorn founder. We got to see his challenges, his successes, his life when he was a kid, and we saw that he's also a person and learned about his failures and successes, and we're very excited to get you to see this. So let's see here. Do I press play? Yes.
I'm an entrepreneur, right? No doubt about it, right? Everyone that will see me say, oh, this guy is an entrepreneur for sure.
Serial entrepreneur, yes.
But I'm also a teacher. So I feel equally rewarded if I build stuff myself or I guide someone to build it. I don't even call those pivot, right? So for me, you know, the definition of a startup is, this is the value proposition and this is the target audience, right? If you change one of them, it's pivot. But usually what happens is that you try and error. Look, building a startup is a journey that I can describe in multiple dimensions. So if you do not figure out product market fit, you will die, as simple as that. You never heard of a company that did not figure out product market fit.
Thank you. We feel very truly blessed to be your face when it comes to IE University in front of these amazing entrepreneurs. So please subscribe to see our first season. The hard launch will be in January, but we're having this exclusive soft launch for you guys. So please subscribe today. We're excited for you to join us in this journey.
Thank you.
As well. Well, I have the great honor of kicking off our pitches tonight. Now, we've had so many great startups this year, and we're going to start with trendy runners-up. Now, the rules for this format are quite simple. They all get 1 minute to pitch their idea, after which there won't be any questions, and we will be fairly strict on the time. So, with that being said, let's get right into it, right? And one of the things I'd like to say, and it is totally not to make a transition, is how nice it is to see so many students here today. And like many students, I like to use social media for communication. So let's see how our first startup, Unime, is taking a different approach to it. Please welcome.
Hello, everybody. I'm delighted to be here. My name is Niels. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Unime, a student social network, and we are in the business of connecting students. So like many of you in this room, I've been a first year, I've been on exchange, I've been looking at transfer schools, I know what it is. And every single semester I ask myself the same exact questions. Where will I live? Who will I live with? What do students do for fun around here? How can I make more friends? How can I build up a network? Now, the thing is, this question should be easily answered, but simply aren't. So we built an app that students can access through university credentials, and the app itself is divided in 3 sections. The first one is UConnect, where students can swipe and match with any student. The second one is UHousing, where students can find housing listings and or roommates. And the last one is UNetwork, where users can interact on 3 different feeds. The first one is an events feed to find the best go-to student gatherings. The second one is a marketplace to buy, sell, and trade anything within the student community. And the last one is a tweeting feed. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Unime. Next up, we have Off-Season Ultimate. The spirit of the game knows no boundaries. This startup spreads their love for Ultimate Frisbee across the world. I think it's
Hello.
Is it working? There you go.
Hello, everyone. I'm Rishabh Kishore. La Liga, NBA, NFL, these are all sports leagues that we know make a lot of money. But have you ever had the chance of investing in your sports league of your own? We at Off-Season Ultimate are here to professionalize Ultimate Frisbee in my country of India. We've been doing this for 3 years now. We are what I like to call a reverse startup. We've done 11 tournaments across 6 cities in India. We've generated about 100,000 euro in revenue. We've been break even. We have the largest footage of Ultimate Frisbee in our country, third most in the world, and we're now the official broadcasters of the sport in our country. We are here to tell you that India is the place to invest in sports. There's an increase in the sports infrastructure, in the business as well, and numbers of leagues of various sports are coming up in our country. This is your chance with me and us to invest in our country at a cheap price, but make it as big as you can and be the owner of your own sports league. That's it. Thank you.
Next up, we have Karima, where fixing cars meets fixing cash flow. Okay.
Imagine a world where 90% of repair shops in Latin America struggle day to day due to cash flow bottlenecks, delayed payments, and outdated tools. The $74 billion a year auto repair market in Latin America is massive, but fragmented and underserved. 81% of repair shops are operated independently, facing operational chaos and growth barriers. Karimo's starting point is financing, the lifeblood of repair shops. We provide tailored credit solutions that bridge cash flow gaps, reducing payments from 120 days to just 10 days. This is the foundation of our future growth into digital transformation for all the repair shops in Latin America. By addressing the core needs of repair shops, Karimo enhances efficiency, reduces costs, and boosts profitability. With plans to capture 30% of the Colombian market in the first 5 years, we're just getting started. Karimo, empowering workshops.
In recent years, we have learned that well-being goes beyond physical health. Our next startup is here to help workplaces thrive. Let's open the stage for Welly.
So I don't know if you know, but today's workplace culture is plagued with burnout, dissatisfaction, and high turnover, and this costs companies almost $1.2 billion a year. So if you have a company, imagine that employees not only focus on the paycheck, but can actually feel empowered to thrive and to make an impact. So this is Welly. Welly is basically an app that transforms healthy habits into impact. So imagine when employees walk to their office, when they meditate, or when they recognize other colleagues, they're going to be able to earn points that then turns into impact. Well, it's actually a live company. We started in 2024, and we have over 600 users. We have an engagement of 54%. Today, I'm here today because we want some investment. We want to improve our impact. We're aiming to have an engagement. We're aiming to have 1 million users, 4,000 employees, and $36 million by 2030. So, we invite you to be part of this impact and to transform well-being. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Welly, for making workplaces happier and healthier. Our next startup is also addressing a critical societal challenge, proving that staying engaged and feeling valued is vital at any age. Please welcome Abis.
Oh, let's start. So, did you know that in Spain, half of the people unemployed are over 50? That's crazy, right? All these professionals with years of experience, but yet they're left on the sidelines. Meanwhile, small businesses and startups are really struggling to find this affordable and experienced talent. And that's why we created Avis, the first platform in Spain that connects people over 50 with flexible jobs, activities, and social communities. Also, we help businesses find this experience and affordable talent.
And we know this works. In the UK, Restless is a company that was founded over 5 years ago and has 1 million members already. We want to bring this same concept to Spain, where we already have the interest of some organizations and associations. We feel that the market is ready, and so are we. So come, have a chat with us after in the networking cocktails, and let's chat about how we can unlock the power of the silver economy together. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Avis. Now, one thing I think we can all agree on is how much we all love food. So there's a huge shame how much of it goes to waste. Luckily, our next startup has a solution. Please welcome Scrapless.
One-third of all the food that is produced today is wasted, and restaurants are a very big part of this problem. But when we dug further, we realized that the actual problem they face is demand uncertainty, and this results in missed customers, emergency orders, staffing mismanagement, and overall resource waste. This is why Scrapless was born. We offer an AI-driven demand forecasting tool designed specifically for restaurants, where we're able to incorporate external factors like the weather, foot traffic, and local events to come up with how many customers are going to walk through the door and what they're going to order. The opportunity is massive, and it's around 585 million euros per year just in Spain. Additionally, we were able to conduct 3 successful pilots where we achieved a projected ROI of 3.5 times compared to their internal forecasting solutions, which allowed us to sign over 50 new pilots, which we will commence in January 2025. This is your opportunity to revolutionize the hospitality industry. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Now, we are sticking with the theme of things I love, as we go from food to pets. Our next startup, Agenu, is going to try to revolutionize veterinary care in Latin America. Please welcome.
How many of you in this room have pets? Please raise your hands. So do I. So we can get to an agreement that the worst feeling is to be with your pet, not knowing what's going on, your pet's feeling unwell, your vet is not answering, you don't know if to take them to the clinic or not. Well, pet parents struggle to access timely, convenient, and stress-free pet care. That's why we created Agendo, a 24/7 telemedicine platform where pet health comes first. We are starting in Chile, where 76% of the households own at least one pet and spend 800 euros annually on them because they're part of their family. The market is around 180 million and 1 million pets waiting to be happier. We intend to expand to Latin America in the next 2 years. Thank you, and we hope you can join us in this journey.
Thank you very much. From Latin America, we move all around the globe to Asia to welcome Talentu, who is leveraging AI to revolutionize Japan's recruiting industry.
Hi, hello everyone. Imagine you are a CEO in Japan. Your workforce is shrinking, hiring costs are skyrocketing, and LinkedIn, a global solution, barely works here with 2.4% usage rate. This is the reality for most Japanese companies. I'm Mio, co-founder of Talent, and we are here to change that. Talento is an AI-powered recruitment platform that reduces the hiring cost by up to 50%, offers seamless bilingual interface, and connect companies with the talent they need. With 4.6 billion euros market and a proven roadmap, we are targeting 27 million euros in revenue within 5 years. Today, I'm looking to connect with partners and investors who are passionate about transforming hiring in Japan. Together, we can create a brighter future for businesses and professionals alike. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Thank you. In a world full of fleeting encounters, our next startup is all about building relationships that last. Let's hear how Apiro is changing the game in love and matchmaking.
All right, hello. My name is Ari. I've actually been in digital analytics and digital experience for 10 years. But what drives me and is my passion is actually using data and creating experiences to make industries better. Oh, cool, I get some background music. That's fun. So yes, experiences to make them better, which is why my wife and I actually decided to partner and focus on an industry that's to the heart of all of us, love. So we're creating an online, so the online dating industry is a $4 billion industry. However, it's broken. Companies like Tinder and eHarmony look to maximize their monthly active users and charge and hide things that are really important in finding love, like what are your values, religion, behind paywalls. So we're creating Apiro. Apiro is a relationship solution that looks to leverage data from success, as well as using a matchmaking interface, leveraging AI as our partner to create an experience and help foster relationships that last. Our goal is to launch in Washington, D.C. in January, and then plan to expand across the country. So today, I think we're asking, ultimately, people interested, wanting to learn more, business partners that are interested in data and machine learning, and then also potentially funding as well. So please reach out to us at founders@apiro.app, or just talk to us after. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Last but not least, Net Plays brings couples together on the court, turning racket clubs into social hubs. So, okay.
Hi, who in here plays paddle? Well, did you know the booming growth of this sport is driven by its social aspect? Perfect sport to network. Hi, I'm Jimena Duarte, founder of NetPlay, and as a high-performance tennis player, I have experienced the power of sports to connect with people. NetPlay is a B2B SaaS for an overlooked segment of social sport clubs, especially racket sports, going beyond core booking, their only current tool right now. NetPlay enhances the member experience in, but also out of the court. For members, we effortlessly match players by shared passion, skill levels, and professional interest, and we make it easy for them to organize the most competitive matches. For clubs, we boost member retention 80% and set them apart from competitors. NetPlay focuses on fostering competition and building community. So compete, connect, and conquer the game in and out of the court with NetPlay. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you so much. And let's get all of our startups a big hand for all of their hard work. Okay, so seeing all of these young faces, next we'll be diving into a topic that proves you're never too old or too young to chase your entrepreneurial dreams, because the only numbers that really matter are the ones on your business plan. So please welcome Dr. Mihik, who is a medical advisor for Real Madrid, and also Paris Letraz, who's the director of Venture Lab at IE. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Do we only have a minute?
Full disclosure here. He is the head doctor advisor of the Real Madrid, but he's also my personal doctor. So I'm not gonna do anything really nasty, because he gives me the pills I take. All right, I want to disclose that.
How much time do we have? This is these guys were amazing.
We got 18 minutes here.
If you can do in 1 minute what you all did, that's really astounding. That speaks good for your enthusiasm.
So, doctor, we're talking about age and the role it plays in being an entrepreneur. We got a lot of students here. 30% of our students become entrepreneurs. Probably 2/3 of those become entrepreneurs once they graduate. And it takes, they could do it first, second, third year after graduation. Just so you know, in the United States, the average age of an entrepreneur is 45.
I'm over that.
You're over that?
Yeah.
A bit.
A bit. Nobody's asking.
No one's asking. So, do you think there's an age? I mean, biologically, do you think there's an age for
today,
entrepreneurship?
this whole thing about longevity and stuff is really taking us a step forward. I don't think there is I started this business that we're going to talk about without thinking about starting a business. What is an entrepreneur? What is an entrepreneur?
What's an entrepreneur? An entrepreneur is someone that wakes up every day loving Mondays.
I can do that.
We love Mondays, right? We're not Friday people. We're not Friday people that are looking forward to the weekend. We love what we do. And an entrepreneur is creating value, hopefully. I mean, did you see those pictures just now? It was amazing to see the passion. Really. So an entrepreneur is really a person that can change the world.
I think I can do that. I think I did it.
So,
you want to hear how?
When did you become an entrepreneur?
You think you can change the world, and I think I will, and I think I did it. It's amazing, and it's got nothing. Well, it's got something to do with Real Madrid. It was COVID. You guys were around at COVID, right? You're young enough, but old enough to know COVID. So 8th of March, 2020, and there was a big manifestation in Madrid, women's rights, I think, which is a perfect cause. But there were so many people there, while we didn't know why other people were dying from infectious disease. So and my hands went to my head, oh my God, we don't know why people are dying, how they're dying, and we're meeting. And the next day, I went to speak to my coach, Zidane, and I told him, we have a game 3 days hence, we cannot play. He says, what do you mean we're not going to play? Medically, it's contraindicated, because we're going to have 80,000 people at the stadium. What if 5 die? What if 50 or 5,000 die? It's my fault. I need your support to stop this game. He said, call Florentino Perez. I called Florentino Perez, who's our chairman, president. And he said, okay. So we announced on the 10th of March that we're not going to be playing any further games in La Liga. 7 hours later, La Liga announced that they're going to shut down the play. The next day, UK decided not to play. That was, I guess, the 11th. The 12th, France said we're not playing. And then a week later, it was FIFA and UEFA. And I said, holy smokes, look what I did. I stopped football in Europe because I was the first guy to come up with it. They did it in States, in NBA, with the person who's now a member of our board on the same day. And I realized that, the power of influence you can have. The influence I felt at that moment was this opportunity. What can I do with this influence? And so I decided to make a group of people who think along those lines, who also are chief doctors in all these other teams, both in Europe and in the States. And we formed something called Sports Doctors Network, where we now have, I think, 15 top teams in every sport, Yankees, Cowboys, Clippers, Lakers, 10 top European teams. And people who help us make decisions that are not directly related to medicine, like Paris. And what we do is we make, position statements on world-changing events without being encumbered by regulations or La Liga or La FIFA or UEFA or any government.
And so this is a for-profit company you've created?
Well, I hope so.
And you're an entrepreneur, but are you thinking of, your day job is a doctor, right?
Yeah.
You're not going to stop being my doctor.
Absolutely. Once you're a doctor, you stay a doctor. I'm not changing that.
So you're never going to leave being a doctor to do this full time?
No. This is like, being a doctor is an evolution. I started as an anesthetist. I did the residency in anesthesia because I was really impressed. Somebody can have a cardiopulmonary arrest and we bring them back. And the people who do that best are anesthetists. So I did that for a year and realized that, anesthesia is mainly behind the machine, surgeons having fun, and every once in a while, once a month, you get to this exciting thing of CPR and bring the patient back. Then I went to ER from emergency medicine. I went to family practice, and I came here, started doing sports medicine. While doing sports medicine, I started doing this as a sideline. So, the career is something, I'm sure, whatever you start doing now, 5, 10 years from now, if you're really an engaging type of a person, it's going to be completely different. Does that answer?
So, why weren't you an entrepreneur, in your younger years? What do you think you decided to do something later because you knew more, you saw the opportunity?
Yeah. It was, I think we live in a very predictable world most of the time, right?
We're trained for a predictable world.
Yeah, and we do that pretty well because we expect things like, I was at a conference in Riyadh about 2 weeks ago, FII, and I thought it was amazing. I left the hotel in Riyadh at 2. I got on a plane at 4, landed in Cairo at 6:30, took a plane at 9, landed in Madrid at 2, took the train to Malaga at 4, came to Malaga at 8 or something, 7. There was a taxi, took me to Marbella, and made the dinner for the prenuptials of my friend's daughter. That is incredible, predictable. How can you, leave Riyadh and come back here for dinner on Saturday night? So this plays to the fact that when COVID hit us, it was a totally unexpected experience. And it was an amazing opportunity to realize here's a vacuum that needs to be filled. I think it's Nicholas Taleb's quoted, The Black Swan. It's the only book in business or economics I read ever. Really liked it. I liked anatomy better.
So you're head advisor, doctor at the Real Madrid. Do you think the Real Madrid is run like a business?
Well, certainly parts of it, certainly parts of it.
Do you think, what do you think of the conflicts sometimes between the obligations of the players to play in their national teams and playing in the Real Madrid team, and then the friendly matches? But how do you reconcile all that medically for these guys?
Exactly. As a doctor, I'm 100% against it. The group that we have, the Sports Doctors Network, want to protect the player. Our words of the guiding words are player first. And basically these guys are these ladies are being treated without concern for their health by the organizing committees. So basically being asked to play every third day on a jet lag. You come 5 o'clock in the morning from someplace you just played, Bucharest, wherever, and you train the next day because 2 days later you're playing against a highly competitive team in your own league. So it's very detrimental to physical and mental health, the frequency of how much the players are being asked to perform. It goes against medical principles.
So you've seen a lot of players up front, right?
Yeah, well, let's not talk
Ronaldo,
about,
you were his doctor.
I don't want to talk about players at Real Madrid, please.
So is there a special DNA about these players that makes them, I like to see them they're very entrepreneurial, a lot of these guys, because they play really well on the field, and then they run their businesses, branding, naming, all these things.
I think most of these guys have really good advisors. What makes them unique is the drive,
They're driven.
The individual drive. It's not so much. Some players have exceptional talents like Messi. Some people work exceptionally hard like Ronaldo. Basically, they even out. But I think what brings you to the top is not accept being average. You have to find that space, only what's the word? There's only room at the top. These guys all firmly believe that.
So going back to what makes an entrepreneur, do you think an entrepreneur can be mediocre? Do you think you can strive to be mediocre? No. You know, you guys are all driven. You wake up in the morning, you're excited. I mean, I saw all these teams practicing over the last couple of days for today's event. And you could see that they were so excited. And you know, I've seen, like I said earlier, over 3,700 teams over the last 15 years here. And I never get bored of hearing a pitch. Why? Because it's not really the pitch that I'm hearing. I'm seeing the face of that person that is like dreaming. You know, you can see that energy, that drive. And that's where sports is very similar. Right?
I agree. I mean, I think the people who presented in 1 minute had fantastic ideas, all of them. Fantastic projects, the enthusiasm behind it. If you stick with it, they're all going to work out. Stick with it and, you know, give it the enthusiasm that you showed on this stage in that 1 minute and a half. It's a no fail.
So let's go back to the medical part of this. You know, we're talking about the DNA of an entrepreneur and, you know, whether age is a factor here. What do you think is the biggest thing that when you see your clients, your patients, as they get older, if you had to give someone advice, what can keep you young?
I tell all my patients 7 things. I think I told you this too. Maybe you didn't hear the last 2. So
you told me a lot of things, but
so the
don't
first
pay
one,
attention.
and I don't, you know, it doesn't really matter what age you are. I think these 7 sort of words of wisdom work all the way through. So the first one is don't smoke.
Don't smoke. Do we have any smokers here?
Worst possible thing you can do for yourself.
Nobody wants to admit it.
Yeah. Worst thing you can do for yourself, for your health, is smoke.
Don't smoke.
Number 2, be careful what you put inside your body in terms of alcohol, drugs, food, certain medicines. You know, it goes into...
Okay, but wait a minute. Like 1 glass of red wine a day is good for you, right?
Just be careful what you put inside your body.
Is red wine good for you?
I like it.
But okay, so is there an amount of alcohol that is good for you?
It's not good for you, but basically, I mean, you can live perfectly healthy without alcohol. But you know, if you're anxious, you can't sleep, or you're in a social setting, you want to have, it's okay.
2 glasses is okay?
No, I think you're pushing it there. I think 1 glass is fine, and then depends how big is the glass. They always ask, you know, what if my glass is this big? You know,
we have open bar at the end of this event today. Are you saying that 1 glass is okay?
I think 1 glass is fine. Yeah. But you know, the issue there is make sure it's not that you're in control. Make sure you don't drink that.
Okay, that's number 2. What's number 3? I'm tired of number 2.
Friend. Yeah,
what's number 3?
Bad friend.
What's
basically.
number 3?
Number 3 is sleep and rest and recovery. Make sure you get enough sleep. That's when your body fine-tunes itself. Number 4 is exercise. Exercise is phenomenal. You know, oxygen is what keeps us young. Oxygen, the only way you can get extra oxygen into your body is by exercise. There have been studies showing that if you exercise, you actually develop new neurons. And so you can't get extra oxygen by using an oxygen device. It doesn't absorb into your body adequately except for that critical moment, you know. And these hyperbaric chambers are also good for a certain amount of time. So the best way to get extra oxygen and keep it is exercise. So if you exercise your quadriceps, your hamstrings, they develop what's called collateral circulation. I'm getting a little medical here. And these blood vessels that you form, because you're exercising, they bring that oxygen and give it to your brain, to your heart, to your liver, kidneys. So exercise, that was 4, right?
Was that 4 or 5?
I think that was 4. 5, yeah, it's 4. 5 is social relations. Have good social relations. Have friends.
Social relations. That
don't
should
be a
be number
loner.
1.
Don't get in touch, meet people, go out. 6 is.
How can you do social relations without number 2?
Well, you could.
Okay, what's 6? What's 6?
6 is have a 3-year project.
What?
Have a project, a 3-year project. Something that is not your job. You don't do this. This is not your idea. Do something collateral, something different than your day job. For
like
example,
your startup, maybe.
Like I had a patient learn in 3 years when I started talking about this. The Cyrillic alphabet, the Greek alphabet, and Sanskrit. I think it's an incredible feat, you know.
What does that do for you?
It develops new neurons, makes your neurons grow and gives you... basically, all your next 3 years are going to be the same as last year's, and there's no new project. You're going to get old fast. Faster.
So get out of your comfort zone doing something.
Do different stuff. And of course, number 7, the most important one, is pay attention to what your doctor tells you.
So that was number 6.
No, 7 was the doctor thing.
Oh, 7 is number... Okay, so what have you done for number 6? What do you do outside of...
I play chess. I play chess like crazy.
Chess?
I learned it, and I'm really high ranking
People
now.
still play chess.
Oof, chess is amazing. We should play. Anytime anybody wants to play, you got me.
All right. Okay, we've got 4 minutes left. This is your opportunity. When are you going to have the head doctor of the Real Madrid here for questions? We had time for a couple of questions. Do we have a microphone out there? Anybody want to throw one out? Any Real Madrid fans here? Raise your hand if you're a Real Madrid fan.
But no questions about the players or Real Madrid, please.
Or what?
No questions about the team or nothing
team.
personal. You can do generic, but no.
Okay, we have a question over there, really personal one on Ronaldo, probably. No.
I'm first? Okay, so I have a question. What would be better for a person, to take something like cardio more or to lift weights? Or
You have to do both.
Both?
Yeah. I mean, because if you do aerobics, that keeps you in shape. If you do weights, the weights thing, guys, you know, this is mainly for guys because everybody's into pumping it up. I want to impress. It's low weight, high repetition, right? The perfect workout is half-half. You do about 30 minutes aerobics, whatever you like to do. You like to bike, you like to row, you like to swim, whatever. You like to run. And then do some weights, low weight, high reps. Then the other big thing I have to tell you, we just published this a month ago. Yeah, it was a big deal. Everybody liked this high protein. Everybody talks about high protein shakes for after exercise, right?
Okay, I think we have one more question.
Well, I got to tell them this
we
one.
haven't finished it?
Don't take the high protein intake without making sure that your kidneys work fine, because it can give you renal insufficiency. I can't get away from being a doctor, right?
Do we have one more question?
Go ahead. There's a guy up there. Stand up and shout.
Yeah. Hi. What's the number one advice you give to players?
To whom? To
players.
players.
Yes.
Number one I give to players.
Advice that you give to players.
Pay attention to your doctor. If I only have one, that's the one I give them. I usually like to give them all 7.
Okay, we have another question here that have just been sent to me. How important is sex for your...
Part of life, right? Very important.
Okay, let's give a big hand, please, to Dr. Mihik.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Mihik. Very beautiful first name, if I may. You know, don't meet too many Nikos that often. So can I just pass on to you? And thank you, Paris, as well. Now, everyone, we are halfway through our runners-up pitches. You know, I hope, you know, you've liked them so far. Maybe you've already made some favorites. Well, you know, so let's, without further ado, get back into them. So I think one thing we can all agree on is that none of those great projects would be possible if it wouldn't be for the people working on them. But finding people to work on your startup can be difficult, you know, due to funding. Well, you know, you're in the beginning of starting a company. Luckily, our next startup can help. Please welcome OptiApply.
You will never get a job. Perhaps this phrase is on every student's mind, but we have good news for you. We have a solution. We are OptiApply, the company that finds internship for students and requiring minimal effort on the student side. How we are doing that? We are doing the whole application process for students so students can relax and focus on their studies and just arrive to the interview. We are on track. We have received already 12 internship offers We partnered with more than 50 companies in Europe, UK, and the US, and we reached more than 1,000 followers on Instagram. If you're a student and interested in our services, or you're an investor and interested to invest, please scan this QR code for more details. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Now, the next startup, I think I can learn a lot from them, as they are building a data-driven beauty website. So without further ado, let's welcome Beauty Pass. The video.
So, it was my first week in Madrid, and I was struggling to find a foundation that could handle the 38-degree weather and my acne-prone skin. So I went to El Corte Inglés and actually found it very overwhelming because there were so many brands and so much product information, I just couldn't handle it. So I went back home, and I actually found the experience online to be none better. There was too many sketchy reviews and so much fake product information, I just gave up. And 2 weeks after, I found a recommendation through a friend. And this is not just my problem. 63% of consumers actually go online before making a purchase and find the information irrelevant. That's why I have created Beauty Pass, a gamified beauty platform to connect users with other users to get informed, get inspired, and get advice. Thanks to machine learning, we can deliver a one-pager digital product passport that can cater to each individual's needs. So, would you be ready to take on the beauty challenge with us? Thank you.
Amazing. Our next startup connects seamlessly to the world of beauty. Imagine a world where you could order a home cleaner as easy as you can order a pizza, but with a mission of creating impact and value. Let's hear how Cleaner is making homes and the industry shine brighter.
You're coming home late from work. You're a young professional, you have no time, you're tired, and you seem to be able to order everything from your phone except a cleaner. But that's where we come in.
Who better to do this than a group of IE entrepreneurs and an ex-Google coder? In fact, you can see that globally this has been widely validated, but things get even sweeter. You can see that within Europe, or target market, this is still a very untapped trend. So we have started running ads, and not only have we obtained a customer acquiring cost of less than 30 cents at an LTV of 350 euros, but we have 272 active, paying, recurring members within the ecosystem in Madrid, as well as 1,700 email signups in Paris alone. So while we gear up to launch, whether you want to support, be a part of, or simply book a cleaner, we'll be here to talk to you all day. Take care.
Get ready to raise your glasses in a whole new way. Our next startup is bringing the spirit of Japan to Europe, but without the hefty price tag. Let's see how Sakemiko is shaking up the sake game.
This year, Japanese sake was registered as UNESCO World Intangible Heritage. So sake is booming around the world, but especially in Europe, Japanese sake is too expensive. Its retail price is almost triple than sake in Japan. So we, Sakemigo, implement innovative production model into European sake market. We import undiluted sake from Japan and do final processing and bottling here. By collaborating with Gekkeikan, which is one of the biggest Japanese sake brewery, and Cervezas Chula, craft beer brewery in Madrid, we will launch new sake brand called Hanabi. This business model is already existing in Asia, but no one doing this in Europe. And our sake is completely same quality and almost same price with sake in Japan. And now we are seeking investment of 150k euro for machinery and test production. If you have interest or any question, please contact us. So let's create sake future with us. Disfruta el sake con tu amigo.
Thank you so much. If you need tasters, the MCs, we'd love to help out. But next up, we have trustful clinical budgeting, simplifying your clinical trials so you don't have to. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Nice to see you. So my name is Alexandra, and I'm a founder of Trustful Clinical Budgeting. Honestly speaking, I'm workaholic. I'm crazy workaholic. And I worked for the sponsors, it's the companies who develop the drugs, and for CROs, it's the companies who conduct the clinical trials itself. I worked for both sides. So I know what the companies would like to have so that they can simplify their budgeting. And also we made survey to confirm that, yes, as of today, a lot of companies still use outdated tools like Microsoft Excel. And they spend rather a lot of time to conduct the clinical trials, to manage the clinical financials. And that's why we are here, Trustful Clinical Budgeting. We developed the platform which companies can use even from the beginning, once the conduct, and also once the conduct is eroded. And that's why they can manage clinical finances for the both sides, like for the sponsor and for the vendor. So, if you would like to contact, if you would like to invest in us, please feel free to contact me. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next up, we have AfterFin, bringing your life story to the future, documenting memories, wishes, and legacies for generations to come.
Hello, let's talk about death. We promise not to be morbid, but it won't go away if we don't talk about it. So most people choose to ignore death until the last minute, leaving it to loved ones to feel both emotionally chaotic but also logistically chaotic. We are AfterFin, the first death tech platform redefining legacy building and end-of-life planning. So think of us as a digital time capsule, but better. We archive memories, your life stories, your dad's old recipes, and of course, your end-of-life wishes. So think of us as this, archiving digital memories, but of course, how do we do this? So basically, we use digital technology as an AI model. So our AI model basically helps you our AI model basically learns to understand you and your family and their needs. It basically compiles this into this digital archive. But of course, that isn't enough. So our death tech market and industry is quite worthwhile. It is a $137 billion opportunity, and Spain, with its high life expectancy and booming retirement hot destinations, is the perfect and untapped market in Europe. So, without explaining this a little bit further, AfterFin is basically looking to not only partner in all of this, but is also the perfect end-of-life company. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, our next startup aims to revolutionize electric mobility. Please welcome Glides.
E-scooters are cool, but what if I told you that this can fit in your backpack? Well, this is now a reality thanks to Glides. And more than an idea, Glides is actually a real product, and our friend Laura here is going to introduce you to how it works. So, Glides are very powerful electric soles that can take you anywhere at 25 kilometers per hour, even uphill. They're built out of a super slick way, and this will allow you to learn them in less than 10 minutes. Also, their autonomy lasts for more than 10 trips. And finally, they're built out of aerospace-grade aluminum, which makes them practically unbreakable. Therefore, we're guaranteeing them for a lifetime. So, Glides is the ultimate solution to go anywhere. They're super compact, you can skip traffic, use public transport, put them in your bag. So that's amazing. Now you want to buy them, of course. You can scan our QR code and go to glides.fr to buy your glides right now. Thank you so much, guys, and make this the perfect gift for this holiday season. Thank you.
All right, now rolling on, we have Nara Plus, which is a startup which aims to improve clinical trials. Please welcome them to the stage.
All right. I want you to think about the last medication you took. Behind that is years of research and over $1 billion invested behind it. There's a problem. Phase 1 clinical drug trials. This is the first phase where drugs are tested on humans. They're innately flawed. The reality is that they're very delayed, and each day of delay costs about $1 million. $1 million. 75% of these trials fail because of human error and regulatory compliance issues. This is where Nara Plus comes in. We're an AI-powered SaaS solution that utilizes RAGs and an internal LLM to centralize clinical trial data. So you are enabled to do these quick instant searches and also automate workflows. We're an awesome team of founders. This face that you see right here is Kylie Cochette. Alex is in Australia right now, and I'm Anna Tasic. We're backed by top pharma experts, and we're building the next phase of our MVP. This is not a plus. We're here to get life-saving treatments to market faster. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Last but not least, we have Ply, turning every paddle match into a highlight reel, helping you become a pro. Thank you.
Throughout the world, and especially here in Spain, millions of people spend countless of hours on the paddle courts, but they currently lack of a tool that helps them track their progress, their playing time, and relive their best on-court moments. So here's where Play comes in. Play is a mobile-first platform, or as we like to call it, your AI paddle buddy, who will join you on the court to help you enhance your experience and elevate your game. With Play, you will be able to capture and relive your best on-court moments. This is our MVP, which we have been developing for the past 3 months. As you can see, it tracks both of the players, the shots that are being hit, and it also provides a live scoreboard. So this is the front-end version of our product, and this is the back-end version, so you can see the technology, which focuses mainly on object recognition, action mapping, and movement tracking. Join us on our first online tournament by scanning the code and uploading your best highlight reel, so you can compete not only against your opponents on the other side of the net, but against players from all around the country. Never miss a shot again, and let's play.
Good job. Okay. Thank you so much. And let's give all of our startups a round of applause. Thank you for all of your work. Okay. Okay, so next up, we'll be talking about the power of sports in business. From teamwork to strategy, discipline to resilience, the lessons we learn in sports aren't just for trophies, but also applicable to winning businesses. So please welcome me in introducing Andre Perez, which is the head of sponsorship and partnership and entertainment for Movistar. Sebastian Radu, who's the founding general partner for Oragi Ventures, and our very own Anik Jensen, the director of the IE Entrepreneurship Center. Thank you. Perfect.
And last but not least, Mark, a very dear mentor and one of the founders of the biggest sport agencies here in Spain. Oh, I had to convince these Spanish guys to go on stage before me, because I know you guys are very chivalrous and want to have the lady go first, but thank you for allowing me to do my Dutch thing. This is very, very special to us because I think sports and entrepreneurship collide very closely because of the mindset that Paris and Dr. Mihik already spoke about. Before we start off, could you very, very shortly, because I have very many questions for you, introduce yourself, who you are, what do you do, and then we'll dive into it.
Thank you for your introduction and for inviting us here. I'm Sebastian Radu. I'm an entrepreneur and an executive, and I've been a professional athlete before that. And yeah, really happy to be here. Thank you for your invitation.
Good afternoon to everyone. Thanks for inviting me to this event. Allow me to tell to all of you that I was all alumni for EA. I made a master's degree 25 years ago, and I want to tell you that that was the base of all the good things that happened to me in a personal and a professional life. So good luck, congrats, and thank you. I'm the responsible of sponsorship in Movistar. I just, when I finished the master in EA in 1999, I began to work in Movistar. So I finished before a period of working different areas in the sponsorship, and I'm here from the last 20 years, and I'm very, very happy then. It's a good experience.
Thank you. Mark?
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Mark Death-Williams. I'm also an IE alumni, and I'm a mentor here. I've mentored a few teams here this afternoon. And I'm a serial entrepreneur, and among other ventures, I founded Catapult 14 years ago, which one of the arms of the agency is a sports marketing agency.
Amazing. So we have a sports agency, sponsorship in sports. I think that's where we're going to focus on, and an athlete turned entrepreneur, and I think even investor now. I'd like to start with you, Sebastian. Can you tell me, having been a professional athlete, a football player, if I understood correctly,
yeah.
First of all, how did you make the jump from athlete to entrepreneur? And what similarities do you see in being an athlete and now an entrepreneur?
For me, it was a traumatic experience. It was an injury that took me away from professional sports. But I didn't take it in a bad way. So I focused on the road ahead of me instead of what has been behind me. I took the learnings out of it, and many professional players or everyone can think about different things like discipline, perseverance, and resilience and stuff like that. For me, it was a couple of learnings more that kept me going. One of those was the work-life balance. Basically, I never understood the term work-life balance. For me, it was all the same. So you can't stop being a professional. Right, so you can be Sebastian on one side and Sebastian the professional player. You're one and the same every day. The same thing I took to entrepreneurship and worked really well for me. The other one was dream big. And as somebody in my past used to say, dream big, become big, dream small, become small. So long-term objectives, sometimes you make it, sometimes you don't. But unless you dream big, you're never gonna start and keep going. And the third one would be the power of the people around you. Nobody makes it alone. As an athlete, I was the product or the result of trainers and a lot of people in the club, my teammates, parents. You receive a lot of influence. As long as you're true to yourself, you can make it with other people. So nobody makes it alone.
I think that's a very, very important message, because it is, right? Playing a team sport, unless you're somebody like Nadal, but then you have your team behind you, right? It is about the people around you. Mark, in your sport agency, how do you see that? Like, why did you start your sport agency, and did that have part to do because of the mindset that you see in athletes, or how did that work for you?
So the sports side of the agency, I have to admit, originally started out of a passion for sports. And you very quickly realize that those that have a passion for sport may not be the ideal employees for a sports marketing agency, which is, oddly enough, is the case. Because in many cases, what we started to learn was that if they were very fanatical of a particular team, or if they were very invested in a particular sport or in a particular athlete, their judgment might be a little bit tainted at the time of being able to develop a product. So it's ended up pivoting at the end to just pretty much a standard business in the sense of having to find, what's the right angle, what's the right product, what's the right product fit. I was seeing the podcast, Uri's comment about figuring out the market fit, and that you've never seen a startup that hasn't figured that out, and I completely agree. But it did start off as a passion project, and you end up having to hone it into a professional project that has the same semblances to any other industry. Because if you don't do it, you won't make it.
Ander, you as representing a very big company like Movistar that I've seen in many billboards across many different sports. What's the money in it? Why is the sports department, the sports industry so important for a company like Movistar, and why are the sponsorships worth it?
Well, as Mark said, whatever there is passion, colors, and joy. The companies, all of us, we want to be. We are talking about sponsorship, not a donation, which is different. So the first thing we have to looking for is sponsorship, which is they have to be profitable for us, and that profitable we can measure in terms of commercial profitability. And when you are going to achieve better results than using another tools, marketing tools that we have in the company. So we have to be profitable. We can looking for that in terms of image, in terms of brand attributes, but also for us it's as similar as important as work with sport properties, trying to help them to be the best. And for us, to be the best is not means we shouldn't understand that as being the top of the ranking. For us to be the best, maybe the best sport property, working with values, working with youth teams, working with equality. And maybe there are times in which both of them are the same person. I'm thinking, for example, Rafa Nadal, which is an ambassador of us. But on the other hand, we have...
Weird. I don't understand why. I wouldn't represent him as...
But on the other hand, we have, for example, Movistar Estudiantes. We are with them for the last 10 years, and the last 4 years they are in the second season. But for us, they are the best in the things I told you before. So I think all the companies, for the companies, it's a luxury to work with this kind of properties, and you have to work with them with those objectives. First of all, profitability, and second one, help them to be the best.
So we just heard from Dr. Mihek earlier, like there's different types of players, right? You have talented players, you have people players that put a lot of work in. Do you see that, does that translate to the entrepreneurial world? Do you think they're like, okay, in my experiences, whether that was Mark with you at your sport agency, or Sebastian, you in your entrepreneurial endeavors, do you think, what is your preference? Do you go for the talent, or do you go for the work ethic, or where's that balance? You're not easy questions this time, guys.
Well, yeah.
But Sebastian, you can start if you want, or Mark.
I think the work ethic is first, in my opinion. And Sebastian is a good example of it because he's too humble to say it, but he was also a professional esport athlete. And there's nothing more polar opposite, right, than an athlete and an esport athlete as far as workload, physical workload, obviously. But you've got the capacity of becoming a world-class physical athlete and also the capacity of becoming an esport athlete. There's only one thing that makes that happen, and that's drive, that's work ethic. So in my opinion, the work ethic will trump talent every time.
Thank you, Mark, for the kind words. I definitely agree with him, and it's something that everyone can learn, so you're not born with it. I mean, 100 years ago, people thought about leadership in the same way. You were born a leader, royalty, nobility, and aristocracy and stuff like that. Now it's been proven that leadership can be learned. Entrepreneurship and given skills, work ethic, perseverance, and so forth.
So
Everything
otherwise,
can be learned.
IE would have been out of business a few years ago, but I appreciate that confirmation. Sorry, continue.
Yeah, no, nobody should be disencouraged. Nobody is born that way. It's just small improvements every day. Just prove yourself that you can achieve a small victory. Just repeat the process and don't give up.
I like that. I think, I don't know if you guys know it, I think most of you know that I'm from the Netherlands. One of my favorite Dutch players is Dirk Kuyt, because at one point, I think about 5 or 10 years ago, we started tracking how much the players run on the field when they get, and I think an average player, I don't remember exactly, runs about like 8 kilometers per game. And Dirk Kuyt would had like on steady 15 kilometers because this guy was just everywhere the whole time. So I appreciate that hard work is also a big part of it. Going back to Movistar, like how you said, like there's different aspects what you look at. How much do you think? Also you're talking about Nadal, which I think we don't have to convince anyone that that's a big star power and the business that makes business sense. How do you approach up-and-comers? Like, is that something that you think big corporations like yourself should invest in? How do you stimulate the education of athletes and then later, hopefully, the return on investments that you're like, hey, we've been part of the entire journey? Or do you go for the Nadals when they're already the Nadals?
No, we used to work in both cases. We have been sponsoring athletes when they were in the number 84 of the year, but we try to help them. When you are sponsoring a very professional team, they are not going to give you a special way to be with them. But as the team needs more you, they are more open to your help, and it means that you can be helping them with the kids. For us, it's very important that, and we can help them with technology, or we can help them whatever they want. But we try to be. We are lucky because we have a lot of agreements, so we have different kinds of sponsorship. We can work them in a different way. So we try to help us as we can. Yeah.
And Mark, how's that for you, your sport agency? How do you balance the promoting of talent versus the commercial side of running an agency?
Yeah, so it's not easy because obviously the top athletes are the ones that bill the most and the ones that the brands are willing to pay for the most. It's very much based on trying to find brands that are willing to bet. Movistar is a very good example. In my opinion, and it's not because he's here, I've told him this many times, but the best sponsorship that there is in Spain is Movistar Estudiantes. And they're not in the first division, they're not the best team in Spain, but they transmit values that are impossible to fake. And when a brand is capable of investing in values, and in values that make society a better place, if there is someone in the brand that is capable of understanding that message, then it's a very easy sell. There's not that many people that are out there that are willing to invest in values. Movistar is a brand that does it. There's several of them in Spain, but it's not an easy process because it's always easier to go to the top athlete right from the beginning. But it's trying to find what values the brand has as theirs and trying to sync it up with the athlete or the team and that those values are the same. And even if that athlete is not very famous, Ander educated me 2 weeks ago that the athlete with the most amount of medals in Spanish history is not Nadal. There is actually an athlete, correct?
Teresa Perales.
Yeah, Teresa Perales, right? Which yes, you guys have been sponsoring for years. And she's the most famous, not the most famous, the most successful athlete in Spanish history, but probably nobody knows her very well. But Movistar has been there with her from, I don't know, from the beginning, but you guys have been with her...
Just from the beginning.
From the beginning. Yeah. So it's not easy to find brands that are willing to take that risk.
I think that there we might navigate at Paris. We might need to do our next Venture Day on that, in more the equality of gender in both sport athletes and entrepreneurship. Because I remember, I think Andy Murray was very famous for that. At one point, they gave him a compliment about his Olympic accomplishment.
The best athletes may not be the best representatives of your values.
Yeah.
You know, we see this all the time with brands that have to step off because something has happened with that athlete, or that athlete has done something that the brand just can't sit by and accept. So, you know, it's very much a give and take, and trying to find, it's putting the work, what we were just talking about at the beginning, putting the work to find that athlete and that brand.
I wanted to, Sebastian, can you jump in for you how it was as an athlete, being on the athlete side, and then an entrepreneur side, and how do you think it has evolved? Because it's been maybe a few years since you were a football player. Do you think the industry has evolved for you on that part?
Luckily, some things stayed the same, and some things evolved quite a lot. I love what Mark and Ander mentioned about values. Brands like Movistar and Anders work on it. Inspire to the new generation a set of values that they don't necessarily have because of the environment, circumstances, or whatever. So you take the values that the brand inspires and make them your own. That's part responsibility and accountability. Those things never changed. The how evolved quite a lot. So as an athlete, you start becoming more and more aware about your personal brand, about your responsibility to the fans or to the community, giving back to the community. That also involved brands as well. On the entrepreneurial side, and also having worked with Movistar as an entrepreneur and so forth, you do want to package all of this in a straightforward way that brings value, inspires values, but also produces the famous return of investment, right? So people willingly approach themselves to you as an entrepreneur, to your product, to your IP, to the sponsors of that IP, as long as they recognize themselves in the drive of whatever is promoted.
Amazing. Guys, I can talk to these amazing people here all the time, but we have a few minutes left. Are there any questions from the audience that would, anyone want to ask a question to these guys? Yeah, all the way in the back, I see a hand.
Hello. Hello. Thank you for sharing the experience. But this question is directly for Sebastian. How do you, about the esport industry, or the esport industry, what do you suggest for an entrepreneur that wants to start innovating in the esport industry? What do you suggest to them to do?
That's a good question. First of all, don't take a no for an answer. Second of all, look at the value chain and see where you can provide the most value. Esports is a strange sport because it's owned by somebody. Every video game has a game developer or a publisher behind it, and they can actually control the sport, close it down at some point. Once you understand the value chain on how the industry works from that perspective, then look at the fans, whatever brings value to the fans or the players, and those are usually two different target groups, as participants and those watching. Then you can identify, the need that you can solve for the market. Does that make sense?
Any more questions? Sorry, guys, the lights are very bright, so I can't really
I had
see.
one.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
Can you stand up so we can see where the question comes from? Thank you.
Hello. I haven't spoken in a while. So I wanted to ask you guys, at what point do you think it's worthwhile to invest in, sponsor an athlete or in a sport? And at what point do you decide whether you should stick on or pull your resources from it? At what point is your brand still trying to stay attached or want to get involved in a new sport or a sport in general?
I think that's for Mark or for Ander. So at what point do you decide to sponsor or to attach your brand to a certain athlete? Or when you're already their sponsor, what time? How long do you stay? Like at what point maybe you detach yourself? What's the worth of a personal brand from an athlete? Is that correct? Cool.
Well, from an agency point of view, you're always trying to package products that have an interest right now. Mainly because brands want a return on investment as soon as possible. And they also don't want to be seen as that they're last ones into a particular market. So you can try to look at things that are up and coming, but assume that it's going to be a while. It's going to be rough to find brands for projects or for products or for industries that aren't here right now. That's why in the case of football in Spain, soccer, it's such a lion's share of it. I think at the end of the day, it's about results. It's about profitability, as Ander was saying, which the brands need to make sure that their investment is returned. One of the things that I'm always surprised at, especially from agencies, is that there's not a lot of post-mortem. Agencies don't do a lot, or the owners of the product don't do a lot of delivery of what the return is. It's growing, but if you want the brand to stick with you, it's not just about selling the product. It's about maintaining them there. And maintaining them there is a responsibility of the product owner, so let's call it the team or the athlete, but also the intermediary that's built the deal.
That is all the time that we have. Luckily, we're going to do a break right after this. So if you could ask your question right now, you can do it over a cup of coffee. Can I please have the biggest applause for these amazing gentlemen?
All right, great. Thank you so much. Just one thing, so we mention it. Sorry, just one quick thing. We've obviously had the opportunity to listen to many great people, many great pitches. Now that we are going into the break, it is important that we all come back at 7 when we do start with the finals. So yes, that's all I wanted to say. Thank you. Thanks, Jamie.
Crazy, thinking about the way I was. Did a heartbreak change me? Maybe, but look at where I ended up. I'm good already, it's almost done. It's scary, I'm not where you left me at all. So if you don't wanna see me, then say with somebody. If you wanna believe that anything could stop me, don't show up, don't come out, don't start caring about me now. Walk away, you know how. Don't start caring about me now. Aren't you the guy who tried to hurt me with a word? I know it took some time to survive you. I'm better on the other side. I'm a good already, it's almost done. It's scary, I'm not where you left me at all. So if you don't wanna see me, then say with somebody. If you wanna believe that anything could stop me, don't show up, don't come out, don't start caring about me now. Walk away, you know how. Don't start caring about me now. Don't come out. Don't start now. Don't come out. I'm not where you left me at all. So myself and I look across the water. And I think of all the things what you're doing, and in my head I paint a picture. 'Cause since I come home, well my body's been a mess, and I miss just in your hair and the way you like to dress. Won't you come on over? Start making a fool out of me. Why won't you come on over, Valerie? Valerie. Did you have to go to jail? Put your house up for sale. Did you get a good lawyer? Or did you have to catch a 10? I hope you find the right man who'll fix it for you. Are you shopping anywhere? Change the color of your hair. Are you busy? And did you have to pay the fine? You were dodging all the time. Are you still dizzy? Oh, guess since I've come home, when my body's been a mess, and I missed your ginger hair and the way you like to dress. Won't you come over? Stop making a fool out of me. Why won't you come on over, Valerie? Won't you come on over, captured effortlessly, that's the way it was. Happened so naturally, I did not know it was love. The next thing I felt was you holding me close. What was I gonna do? I let myself go, and now we're flying through the stars. I hope this night will last forever. Oh, ain't nobody loves me better. Makes me happy, makes me feel this way. Ain't nobody loves it better than you. treasure. And love so deep we cannot measure. Ain't nobody loves me better. Makes me happy, makes me feel this way. Ain't nobody loves me better than you. Ain't nobody loves me better. Makes me happy, makes me feel this way. Ain't nobody loves me better than you. And you, and you, and you.
Okay. Welcome back, everyone. So, perfect. I hope you all had a great break. And yeah, welcome back to the second half of this evening. It was incredible, the first half of this day, and we're super excited because the excitement is only going to build up. We saved some of the most exciting pitches for the final stretch. So let's keep the momentum going to welcome another time Paris to the stage. Big applause for him.
Paris and
Where you go, I go, Paris.
All right, so we didn't lose anybody, did we? No, I think we got everybody here. Remember, there's open bar after this. But before we get to what Dr. Mihik said, remember, what did he say? Only one drink? Only one drink.
Sure, we live in Madrid, so I see that
Only
happening.
one drink. That's to be healthy. So this is the best part of the Venture Day, when we listen to the finalists. But at the end of the day, everyone's a winner. You know, we started Venture Lab with 104 teams. 75 made it to the semifinals. Do we have people here that went to the semifinals? Raise your hand if you were in the semifinals. Yeah, a lot of people made it to that. Let's give a big hand, please, to everybody that made it to the semifinals. And so what's great about the semifinals is that you're pitching in front of real investors. And we have several of them here with us tonight. And it's an incredible moment where you can actually show what you've done for 9 weeks. 75 teams pitched in the semifinals. 10 made it to today's final list. 15 were in the semifinals of tonight. And those were amazing 1-minute pitches. We've had a lot of investors in the past invest in those semifinalist pitches. And now we come to the big event, which is the 10 finalists. And these 10 finalists are going to each have 5 minutes, right? And then Q&A. And then we're going to have the winners that are going to get the trophies. But before we do that, we have, what's beautiful about this Venture Day is that we're making a lot of announcements. What was that last announcement? The podcast?
The podcast, Venture Ahead, ready to listen now.
Ahead, that's right. But the announcement we're going to make now is even better, I think, because it's really going to change the life of entrepreneurship, not just on campus, but for our alumni. As you know, about 30% of our alumni become entrepreneurs, but they're all over the world. And over the last 2 years, Nick has been working with fellows on putting together the pitch book data, and we found that we've funded over, $3 billion?
And then some.
And then some in startups. And we have founders all over the world, but we're not connected. Well, that is now going to change. That's now going to change in a big way because 4 years ago, we had an idea to develop a platform for our alumni. After 2 years of racking our heads, talking to different vendors, talking to IT, I gave up on it. But Nick does not give up on things very easily. And so she kept working on what we were calling IE Planet. And now, thanks to putting our heads together again and some student resources that you're going to meet very shortly, this is becoming a reality. And so not only are we putting together a platform for alumni, entrepreneur alumni, and Nick will tell you all about that, but we're also putting together a platform that is going to make life much easier for all of you that came to this school because of the network. We have been doing research over the last couple of years, and we have seen that on average, outside of your WhatsApp group, you will meet 25 people that you will keep in your contacts when you graduate, outside of your WhatsApp group. Did you come to this school to meet 25 people? No. And so that's going to change. The NextNet platform, which we'll introduce shortly, is going to make sure that when you come to this school, and those are already in this school as well, but when you arrive at this school, using AI, we will tell you who are the 20, 30, or 50 people that you need to meet before you graduate. Like-minded people that will make your life much richer when you graduate, because what you did come to this school for at the end of the day was the network. And so we're going to take networking to the next level. And so with that, I'm going to give the word now to Nick that is going to introduce our platform.
Yes, so I don't only have the pleasure to work at IE, but I was also an alumni at IE, as shared earlier, just a few years ago. And when I was post-IE, I was a founder, and you want to connect to all these incredible other IE alumni out there. And it wasn't there. So the first time, I think it's almost our first meeting, right, Paris? Yep. When they're like, okay, Anik, why are you back at IE? What do you want to do? I'm like, I want to connect the alumni founders. Luckily, Paris was already in the same mindset. So together, we first tried to see who are they. And I think for those of you who were there last Venture Day, we presented what we had. Just for a year search, we found incredible entrepreneurs, incredible valuations, ideas, etc. But now is the very important part, the connecting part. Because again, as we said earlier, you've seen it on stage already. You're going to see it in the finalists. We have incredible entrepreneurs to be. But after graduation, we got to let them fly. But we still want to connect them. So after, I would say, 2 years of very, very hard work, a lot of fighting on what do we do, what do we not do. I almost feel like I'm pitching my own startup here. I want to present you IE Startup Planet, which is going to be the networking platform for IE alumni founders. Can you please show the video?
Welcome to IE Startup Planet, the exclusive network for IE entrepreneurs. Discover startups created by IE alumni all over the world, meet their founders, and connect with them directly through their profiles. Access real-time data on IE's entrepreneurial impact, see how much has been raised, how many employees have been hired, and track other key metrics that showcase the growth of this thriving community. Use our AI-powered search tool powered by NextNet to find fellow IE alumni from the startup ecosystem in the simplest, fastest, and most efficient way. Looking for a fintech founder for your next project? Wow, tell me more about John. I should definitely connect with him. All this and more is coming in 2025. Are you an IE founder? Be the first to experience it. Join the waitlist today and stay ahead of the curve with IE Startup Planet powered by NextNet.
Sorry guys, that's a goosebump moment for me. I don't know what, about you, Paris. I do want to ask Jose and Filipa to come on stage. As you know, we very much source the talent that we have right under our nose here at IE. We have over 50 fellows at the center per semester. Jose and Filipa represent what just was shown. Jose is an undergrad student that after 2 years of pulling my hair out with all the biggest platforms in the world, trying to license it, he's like, oh, I can do that in 2 weeks. And he coded this in very, very little time. And Filipa has due diligently led the team that has found all the startup entrepreneurs out there amongst our alumni. So I want a very, very, very big applause for them, please. And I invite you hereby officially, if you are an IE founder, please sign up. The QR code is gone. I'll make sure that you will get it again. Sign up to the waiting list for this platform. It's launching in 2025, and we cannot wait to hear from you. What are you doing, and how can we help? Please stay connected even after your IE education. Oh, sorry guys, the very, very famous Paris selfie. Filipa, come on in. Jose, come on back.
Let's get closer to
I am going to fall off, but okay, cool.
All right, ready? Everybody there? 1, 2, 3, hands in the air. 1, 2, 3. Great.
Thank you. Now back to the real startups and finalists.
Now, the time has come to welcome our finalists to the stage. And as Paris has mentioned, the rules change now a little bit. Each startup will have 5 minutes for their final pitch. And this time we're really strict. 5 minutes, that's it. Followed by a 3-minute Q&A. And dear jury, we're also going to be strict with you on the time. But before we start, let's have a big applause for the incredible jury we have tonight with us. We're super excited to have you all here and very, very proud that you're joining us. With us tonight, we have Andrea Caballas from Under Ventures. We have Maribel Ortiz Garcia from War for Steam. We have Teresa Dominguez from Attitude Capital. We have Eli Abi Laut from Accenture, Carlos Ruiz Sanchez Perez from Vira, Miguel Garcia Ovies from Kibo Ventures, Jose Antonio Vega, Jose Antonio Carpintero from Fondo Seed CDC, Aristoteles Xenofontos from Seiya Ventures, Nicolas Camporos from Archipelago Next, Jorge Fields from Cupido Capital, and Francisco Lodero from Encomenda. And sorry, my Spanish is not that great, but I hope I pronounced everything more or less correctly. Big applause. So, we'll go on to our first finalist. When you think of the European Union, bureaucracy, and compliance, probably the last thing that comes into your mind is simple. But that's where Sinx comes in, making EU product regulations a walk in the park. A warm welcome for them.
everyone, my name is Martin Kostadinov and I am the founder and CEO of Sinx. We help companies comply with an upcoming EU regulation called Digital Product Passports. And to tell you more about it, let me first introduce you to Joe. Joe is a company owner and just found out that the EU is about to launch this new regulation. For him and his company, that means that by 2027, they will need to collect and share all sorts of product-related data with their customers in a digital link placed on the product, also known as Digital Product Passport. If he fails to comply, he can face fines currently discussed to be around 5% of his annual revenue. And people, if you were Joe, a lot of questions may appear in your mind if you hear a number like this. I mean, what data should I collect? How do I collect it? Where do I store it? And how should this thing even look like? However, the problems didn't stop there. When he did his research, he found out that only 1 out of 7 industries has yet clear requirements of what and when should be included into a digital product passport. Then, if you want to hire a provider to take care for you, it is expensive and also timely to onboard, giving you low flexibility. Then, if you want to build it in-house, it's even more timely and more expensive. People, if it was only Joe, I wouldn't be here today. In just 5 years from now, more than 360,000 companies across Europe will be struggling with the same questions he did, finding out the same problems he did, forming a demand market of 4.7 billion in annual recurring revenue based on our own calculations. And realizing the magnitude of this problem, we created Sinx, a company with a mission to help each enterprise comply seamlessly with EU digital product passports. And here is how it works. First, Sinx Cloud, our software, collects with any level of data collection that your company has. Then we help you design your digital product passport and further authenticate it, making sure it complies with all regulations. Afterwards, when you publish it, we send you back data from your customers in the form of GDPR-compliant business intelligence. We're serving the market through a tier-based pricing model with a variable of digital product passport hosted, which makes us break even after 50 clients and hit our first million in 350 of them. This means that by providing an affordable software with an easy onboarding process and every feature that your company needs in order to comply, we need only 50 clients to stay alive. Now, I want to bring you back in the past to a previous EU regulation and its business case. Basically, I'm sure that a lot of you already know about GDPR compliance. I mean, cookies, they're everywhere, right? However, what you may not know is that there was a company called OneTrust, which entered the market 2 years earlier, exactly like we're doing right now, and just 1 year post-regulation started generating 70 million in annual recurring revenue. If you already recognize our potential, you know that our opportunity is big and it is coming soon. And that is why we are moving fast. Last 3 months, we came up with a strategy. We are going to enter the market through the places that our company's customers are seeking their information. And people, it already proved working. We are backed by 2 of the largest business consortiums in Bulgaria and secured our first pilot with the biggest battery producer in Bulgaria and the neighboring countries. More, we have 24 companies waiting to hear more about DPPs in our pipeline. Now, who are us? We are a team of 3. Zaidal Saheb, our CTO, is a full-stack developer and represents Google at our university. Nikolai Vasilev is an ex-ERP specialist and also awarded Master in Management. And me, myself, I'm European statistics champion, and also startups are my passion since the age of 16. We have also the honor to be supported by an incredible advisory board in the face of Yusuf Traore and David Gordo, and also our mentor, Andres Garrido, who helped us through our journey into Venture Lab. Today, I'm here to invite angel investors to join us on our journey, catching the wave of the next EU regulation. We are looking for 70,000 in total in order to finance our pilots, fine-tune our solution, and then market it towards our customers. Dear people, what you heard today was done in the last 3 months. In next 1 year, we will have a stable working solution that will start generating value for more than 360,000 companies across Europe that need a solution like ours. And we will give them even more than that. Thank you. The slide? Okay. No demo. If you want access to us, so we can give you the demo, or you scan it from here. Thank you. Any questions?
Hello. Thank you, team, for the pitch. I have one question about your value proposition. So we saw in that slide that there are quite a few players in the landscape. So how are you going to differentiate yourself? Thank you.
So there are already companies that work on the market, as you saw in our pitch. The problem is that I believe, and we believe, that they are not entering the market through the places that our customers are seeking information. Because when it goes to getting a solution like this, when you're panicked and you have 8 months before getting 5% out of your revenue because of a simple compliance, you're going to start asking questions. And when we did our research, we found out this. The interesting part is that my own family needs to comply with this. We work in chemicals. So when I found out what I was researching for my family is that there is a very expensive one-time fee and also a huge onboarding time if you don't want to pay that much, which basically leaves a gap, which we believe that we can solve. Thank you.
Hello, this is Eli from Accenture. Congrats on your pitch. I have a question and an advice. A question, I don't understand your product. Maybe you can spend less than a minute explaining what your product does. And the advice, maybe this go-to-market you mentioned works in some European countries. Think about other European countries where consulting firms are more present. It could be another go-to-market strategy. Back to the question, can you explain a little bit your product?
Yes.
Thanks.
So we are building a software which is going to streamline the whole compliance for companies. Basically, we are going to help them collect their data through all levels of product data collection, including ERPs, POMs, ERPs, enterprise resource managers, POMs, product lifecycle managers, or just manual input. Then we are going to help them design the digital product passport, which is the main part. And then we are going to send it to the European Union and also make sure they streamline it towards their clients. Basically, we host the whole solution for digital product passports. Thank you.
Thank you for the pitch. Regarding the distribution and how are you expecting to meet the customers and how are you expecting to develop the product outside of inside Europe and eventually in other regulation areas? What is your plan? What are you going to do? Thank you.
The plan is divided in 2 stages. One is pre-regulation and the other one is post-regulation. Pre-regulation, we are going to combine with business clusters and different consortiums so we can help them get early adoption solution. Afterwards, when the regulation comes, we are going to collaborate with consulting companies and complementary softwares so we can further sell our solution when people actually start looking very extremely for it.
Thank you very much for the questions.
Thank you.
Thank you for kicking us off. Our next startup is called Messa, and it helps restaurants stay profitable and lets you eat out while earning cash back. Thank you. Okay.
So we wanted to start off with a little story. About a year ago, I came up with a brilliant idea. So I went straight to Sof and I said, you know what? We should launch a restaurant app. And she was like, no way. The world doesn't need yet another restaurant app. But I said, you know what? Hold on a second. Remember these random dudes, Sergey Brin and Larry Page? Remember they went to Yahoo pitching their brilliant idea that was Google? You know what Yahoo told them? Guys, the world doesn't need another search engine. But with that, Sof, let's tell them exactly why they need this restaurant app.
Now, guys, imagine this is your restaurant. And right now on a Tuesday evening, it's empty. But you still have to cover your fixed costs, such as rent and this guy's salary. That's a lot of pressure. Now, here is Maria. Maria wants to dine out right now. She starts looking for a place, but for some odd reason, all the places around her have very similar ratings. She can't decide where to go. She's frustrated. With that, we are a Messa. We are a restaurant discovery app helping restaurants fill in empty seats by incentivizing diners to dine out with cashbacks and rewards. We draw a lot of inspiration from a startup in the US called Seated. Seated managed to drive demand to restaurants by offering cashback rewards to their diners. They also managed to increase restaurant profitability by over 30%. Now, quick show of hands in the auditorium, everyone. Who here loves the dining scene in Madrid? Great. Madrid actually has the highest seats per capita in Europe with over 16,000 dining venues. Did you know that 50% of new restaurants don't make it to year 2 in Madrid? It's kind of crazy, right? So this is where we're going to start, and we have the perfect team to make this happen with a strategic lead, tech guru, hospitality expert and former chef, marketing expert and startup founder, and the finance bro. And what unites us? That we're all foodies. We also have an amazing board of advisors. We have the product director of Seated. Remember the startup I mentioned before? We also have the CEO of Cover Manager. Remember that company as well. Guys, we have a live MVP with 15 restaurants on board and a community of 150 diners. So how does our business model work? You book through Messa, you go dine, you pay your bill, upload your receipt. The restaurant pays us a pre-agreed commission. We keep 1/3, and we return back the rest to our diners via cashbacks and rewards that they can see on our app right away. So essentially, look at the chart. What we do is Messa helps restaurants increase their occupancy rates and ultimately translating into higher profit margins.
So, all said and done, our motto is to get more butts in chairs when restaurants want them. Think filling last-minute empty seats and also incentivizing walk-in traffic. We've taken a look at our competitors, and here in Spain, our primary competitors are The Fork and Maybe In. Now you might ask, where does Messa stand out? Whilst users of The Fork are primarily discount hunters, Messa users are reward seekers, meaning that they're willing to pay more in order to earn cashback. And on top of that, our cashback model ensures that no matter what, the customer always pays full price on the total bill. Now, a couple of weeks ago, we actually managed to achieve one of our major milestones, and that's signing a strategic partnership agreement with Cover Manager. Now, to give you some context, Cover Manager is Spain's leading restaurant reservation platform and future unicorn. So through our partnership agreement, they've ensured to provide us with access to their network of over 10,000 restaurants as we develop our app. Now, on top of that, this plays a crucial role in solving the classic chicken and egg problem to our two-sided platform, which allows us to now focus on driving demand to restaurants. So, all said and done, let's look at the successes that Seated has. Let's look towards our partnership agreement with Cover Manager, but let's take it a step further. Let's make Messa truly sticky. From day one as we develop our app, gamification is going to be top of mind. We're going to be rewarding our users in order to share live reviews on their dining experiences. Think, for example, transportation platform Waze that was incentivizing and rewarding users for providing live traffic updates. So what does our revenue structure look like? Well, in year 1, we aim to achieve 500,000 euros in revenue, targeting on average 400 daily bookings on our app. This is translating to an assumption of 70 euros per table on a booking for 3 persons. Now, guys, our future potential here is huge. Come year 3, we look to go on beyond Madrid, looking to Barcelona. Year 4, we aim to go on beyond Spain, looking towards Lisbon, Amsterdam, and London. Ultimately meaning, come year 5, we'll be able to achieve revenues of over 10 million euros. So, join our pilot and start earning today. Thank you very much. Questions? Yes.
Congrats, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Which is going to be your growth hack to start onboarding many users on the app?
Sorry, could you repeat that question?
Yeah, your growth hack or your strategy to start onboarding like lots of users on the app.
So our go-to-market strategy for onboarding more customers is we want to encourage referrals, like he said, reward customers for referring their friends by giving them more cash back, more discounts, and straight cash into their account, which they can use. Second is are gamification. So we want to focus very highly on the gamification. One is create a social element within the app so you can keep your friends in touch and where you've been dining, give your reviews directly to your friends, what to order. Also create trophies and different levels which you can access, like have you tried a new cuisine this month? Have you tried a restaurant in a different neighborhood which you've never really experienced before? So try and get them to become as sticky as possible and automatically create a community within the Messa users to attract more customers.
And just to elaborate on that quickly, I think the element of large social media campaigns is going to be important for the start for us. Of course, if we want to create that buzz within the dining community in the beginning, because we're also trying to create people and kind of introduce them to this new product that is Messa.
And also, just to add another point, we have a two-sided network, right? And then the partnership with Cover Manager kind of helps us with the supply of restaurants so we can really drive demand. And when we start with having 1,000 tables in Madrid on board, that's a big push to really be able to offer a lot for our restaurants from the beginning.
Guys, I like it, but I'm still struggling with something. Why would I not use the latest version of ChatGPT and just ask it for my restaurant? Why would I download, create an account, and go to your app? It's not a trick question. I'm genuinely interested.
Yeah.
Thanks.
No, I mean, just to give you an answer here, I think that's very valid. ChatGPT is great. But I think, what the thing with ChatGPT does is it doesn't necessarily give you the best recommendations for restaurants, but also on top of, yes, the recommendations, but the reward side. So we really want to emphasize on rewarding you for dining out. And that's where our cashback comes in. So say, for example, you go and you dine at a restaurant, you pay $50, you can get 10 to 15 back in the form of rewards. So say a Amazon gift card, El Corte Inglés gift card, or something else. So it's something that you can eventually accumulate on the platform in order to spend in other means, in the form of rewards. So that's kind of, I think, where the main focus in that sense is.
And also imagine you open Messa and you see all the restaurants offering cashbacks right now around you. So it's really gives you that convenience of seeing what's around me that gives me a reward that I can go down.
Thank you.
Thanks.
No more questions for now, but you guys can obviously speak to them after 9 p.m.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Okay, perfect. They're all set up. Our next startup is called Balance Her. It helps women manage their hormones and their health in a natural way. Thank you. Okay. Good.
Women should know they have options. I'm Lola, and let me tell you about my story. From a young age, I used to experience very heavy period cramps. But I say very heavy, I mean I would hallucinate from the pain, and sometimes I would even faint. And that would last hours. With time, I started to experience other symptoms. But the worst one was anxiety and depression. So I decided to go to a gynecologist for some guidance, and I got diagnosed with PCOS. It's an illness that occurs to women that have a hormone imbalance. I got prescribed the contraceptive pill with no warning of the side effects. And what was supposed to be a simple solution turned into a nightmare. So I said, I'm going to stop the contraceptive, and I found 8 natural supplements in the market that are supposed to help women with PCOS. After just 1 month of trying those supplements, my symptoms reduced drastically, my anxiety completely cleared up, and I couldn't feel my period cramps anymore. It truly felt like a miracle. So I was thinking, if those 8 supplements work so well together, why isn't there one product in the market that combines all of them?
But wait, Lola, before answering your question, I think we need a little more of details here. You have to know that in our societies, 80% of women suffer from hormone imbalance. 80%. It's 8 out of 10 women, and it can be any of you here with us or online. But we have more. 70% of these women that have PCOS are actually misdiagnosed, and they have more or less the same symptoms as Lola. And now I'm going to answer your question. We created the perfect solution. Let us introduce Balance Her, a hormone balance powder that combines 14 different natural supplements. Well, it works very easily. You take 1 scoop of our magic formula, you mix it with water, and you enjoy a natural and effective way to manage PCOS without having to rely on the pill. And of course, we are backed up by a team of experts that are here to guide us and support us. But you must know, at this stage we were wondering if it's such an easy solution that can help that many people, why there's still nothing like that in the market yet.
Women should know they have options. This is one of our competitors, Mila. Mila is an early mover in the market. She is validating our hypothesis and maturing the market with over 600,000 followers on TikTok, which shows the validation. But she only sells in the UK and the US.
And we believe that this should not be an exclusive solution at all. We aim to sell in different markets for the price of 90 euros. However, women can also decide to go with our subscription plan, where the price will drop to 75 from the second month.
We are targeting the European and the MENA region, in which we have more than 27.1 million women suffering from PCOS just like me, and those are our targeted customers. For our go-to-market, we are going to partner specifically with NGOs that work with PCOS. We are going to go very heavy on social media, as we know that TikTok and Instagram are our #1 targets, and we are going to host Balance Her events. But believe it or not, we have hosted our first 2 events just last week, where we gathered 30 women that shared their incredible stories, and it was incredible.
And we even had more than 210 girls right after that to sign up to receive notifications of our pre-orders in less than a week.
I am so proud of this. Believe it or not, girls started reaching out to us after hearing our product. When we launched it in the Venture Lab, we started receiving messages of girls saying how free they want to be from the contraceptive and how much they want to try our product.
And that's why we're so confident about our idea. Let me talk to you about our MVP. A sample of 30 women that for 2 months and a half tried our idea. And yes, they got diagnosed with PCOS for more than 5 years now. 10 women were taking the pill that you see right here. 10 other women were taking the same exact 8 supplements that Lola was taking. And 10 other women were trying a combining powder. And the results we gathered were quite obvious to us.
So as we expected, only 1 out of 10 that were taking the contraceptive pill didn't feel its side effects. Although 6 out of 10 women taking the same supplements I took felt so much better, but said that taking 8 pills a day was too heavy. But 9 out of 10 women taking the combining powder felt so much better and found it so efficient. But we are aiming for 10 out of 10 with our amazing product.
To justify this, we're hoping to reach around 2 million euros just after the first year. And of course, produce more and more year after year in order to match the demand we forecasted. In this sense, we are seeking for 150,000 euros investment that will mainly focus on branding and research and development. We love this project, and we're very passionate about it, and it will become true. We want to be present everywhere in no time, but we also want to raise awareness about what is PCOS, and raise awareness to let know that women can have other options.
I'm Lola, I'm from Lebanon.
And I'm Rania, and I'm from Morocco.
And remember, with determination, anything is possible. And we are determined to let women know that they have options. Thank you.
Thank you. Great pitch. I really enjoyed it. Then, although it's a full natural product, have you gone through any sort of medical validation?
Yeah, so Lola can talk more about the health practitioner, but we are also partnering with a laboratory that is based in Switzerland, but they have, like, of course, a lot of, they're based everywhere in the world, let's say, so we contacted them, we pitched them the idea, and they're the one helping us to develop the formula.
So basically for the formula, they're all natural supplements. And what we're going to include in this formula is the minor dosage that any woman can take with no any problem, because all of our products are FDA approved, and you can find any of those supplements in any parapharmacy, supermarket, online, etc. So they're all very efficient. But what we wanted to send the message was that together they help so much. Individually, not as much. So that's why we're going to have 14 supplements in our powder.
So a couple of questions. One is, there is no secret sauce, right? It's a mix of. There is not a secret sauce for your recipe. So it's just mixing all these ingredients, right? And vitamins and supplements, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, that the laboratory will take care of.
So this is more like building a brand.
Yes, it's basically women with PCOS, they don't exactly know which are the supplements that they need to fix their issues. So we are working with professionals because there are so many different supplements in the market, but we are working with the specific supplements that will work with hormone imbalance. So when a woman knows that she has a hormone imbalance, she can just take 1 scoop of our product a day, and she's going to feel so much better.
To answer it, we're going to create the brand, but the laboratory is going to continue to develop the formula to make it as perfect as we imagine it, to help all these women.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Other question is the unit economics, like regarding the cost and what's your unit economics?
Yeah. So of course costs to work with the laboratory, with health practitioner. That's also why we're seeking the investment to reach out the top health practitioners, but also shipping of packaging and etc. Like quickly before she goes, and also the calculation of the break-even on how many subscribers and how many one-time purchaser.
But how much you are earning from one bag?
So our revenue is 90 euros, and we're earning about 50 euros per bottle. But we are doing this in the beginning so we can try to get more research and development and invest in our marketing. But as soon as we break even and we have a big audience in the market, we are going to lower our prices, because one of our main goals is to have it accessible to everyone. So every woman can have it, not just,
Thank you very much. Questions are over.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, as many of you know, it's December, which means that finals, Christmas, but most importantly, New Year's resolutions are just around the corner. And I can't tell you how excited I am to go to the gym for another week next January. Now, for some of us that do go a bit more seriously, and well, for some of us that might even have experience as personal trainers, know that there's a lot of time and effort that goes into that. Luckily, FitWave can make their life a lot easier. Please welcome them to the stage. Thank you. Good afternoon. We are FitWave, and we are the free AI app that personal trainers have been asking for. Now, here we can see that personal trainers lose about 10 hours every single week analyzing client progress, holding clients accountable, and making client plans. At the end of the day, this equals to about 280 million hours lost every single year. So here's a list of our competitors who tried solving these pain points, where personal trainers lose so much time. But out of the 346 trainers that we interviewed, 346 that use and pay for these platforms, 88% of them were still unhappy because the product was too expensive, the features weren't there, and the overall experience just sucked. So we took a look at the wrong way of doing things, where it's businessmen making solutions for personal trainers, but now I want to show you our way, where it's personal trainers making solutions for personal trainers.
So I'm actually a former personal trainer myself, and I spent months working with other personal trainers to figure it out. What is it that we need in a solution so we can make our service more efficient? And what we need is a custom plan creation tool, in-app messaging, a progress tracking feature, and lastly, something that we think is going to save a lot of time, an AI plan builder.
And this is not ChatGPT. This is our own fine-tuned AI model trained with thousands of scenarios, ensuring that every plan created has the same level as any experts.
And actually, while he was saying that, I actually made my own 8-week-long program with over hundreds of different exercises, all in a matter of seconds. All I needed to do was figure out how much time you have to work out, what's your favorite exercise, and what's your goal with this.
And that's insane, because at the end of the day, what we want to do is we want to give trainers more time to train more clients and make more money. So let's take a look at our traction. We are out. We are on the App Store. And with only 3 weeks since launch, with no marketing spend, we have over 600 total users and amazing operational KPIs. But that's not all. Trainers love us, with 5 stars on the App Store and so many great testimonials like this.
Years, and I used to pay for Trainerize, but now I switched to FitWave.
FitWave?
FitWave.
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 FitWave is extremely beneficial. They made tracking progress an absolute breeze. AI plans are super accurate.
Progress tracking feature has just been doing miracles on myself and for my clients.
AI saves me hours of valuable time.
And that all sounds great, but I did say we were a free app, but that doesn't mean we don't make any money. Now, the first way we monetize is through our white label program. This is where we put personal trainer branding in front of FitWave technology for only $25 a month. Next is through our in-app marketplace, where we sell third-party products, not to the trainer, but to the trainee. And the best part about this is that with the help of our data scientists, we can tailor each marketplace experience to each trainee. And we can do so using their data, metrics, goals, preferences, and progress. And this helps us recommend the right product at the right time in their fitness journey. And lastly, since we have all this data, we can monetize with that as well. But now let's take a look at our funnels. First, with our white label program, we see a customer acquisition cost of about $11. Next, that leads to a conversion of about 5%, but we see a higher conversion in our in-app marketplace, where we drop our customer acquisition cost to about $1.10 and a 20% conversion rate. And the best part is, 40 to 60% are likely to purchase again. So let's take a look at financials. We have estimated that within the first 5 years, we will hit over $12.5 million in ARR. But what's the team that's making this all possible? Well, first, we have an amazing founding team with a business guy who has an experience in investment banking and sales, a users guy who has experience understanding trainers because he is a trainer, and a tech guy with full stack and AI experience. Next, we have an amazing operational team with one of the most creative UX and UI designers out there and a killer data scientist who's always winning hackathons. And lastly, our advisory board that glues us all together. But now I want to show you the market. With an almost $90 billion fitness industry. Here on the left, though, we can see the personal trainer portion of that industry. And our service obtainable market is the US. This is because in Florida alone, there are more personal trainers than Spain, France, and Italy combined. But just to show you how big this market is, let me show you the years 2020 to 2022, where we can see we had 3 successful exits. And if you had invested $100,000 into the seed round of GlowFox, it would now be worth $26 million after dilution. Why? We're asking for $400,000 in exchange for 20% equity in FitWave at a $2.4 million post-money valuation. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for the pitch. And I have one question about the go-to-market strategy. How are you going to reach your trainers, and how are you going to grow so quickly?
That's a great question. So we have 3 ways of reaching trainers. The first is through a community that our users guy built, and this is an online community and an in-person community of personal trainers all throughout the US. Next is our referral program, where we give $1 to each trainer that brings in another trainer who has 10 clients with him. And lastly, through highly targeted ads. Since they're so targeted and so specific, it keeps costs down. I hope that answers the question good enough.
Thank you very much for the pitch. Regarding that you are asking for $400,000, can you break down a little bit what are you expecting to do with that money, and what kind of returns can we expect as investors if we decide to enter into that? Thank you.
Of course. $400,000 is a good chunk of money, but the main part of that $400,000 will definitely go into marketing. We feel that the most important thing is to grab as many personal trainers as we can before our competitors realize that they can take some too. But now that $400,000 is going to be split, if we have the slide. Okay, well, it's not there. But that $400,000 is going to be split mostly into marketing, but it's also going to, it's also going to cover some salaries. Now, we already have a great founding team and a great operational team, which is a super good base in order to build upon. So that's where the main split of that funding will be.
Any more questions? No? Thank you.
All right. So now, whether you're going to the gym or whether you're a computer science student like myself, there's lots of places where you might experience some form of thick air. Luckily, our next startup can help. As we please welcome Usban to the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are Usban, fresh air, no odors. Did you know that 90% of the time people spend indoors, and that improving the air quality can boost productivity by up to 11%? That's because 25% of the population is actually sensitive to strong odors, which can lead to headaches, eye irritation, and, of all of you know, even stress. Aside from this, smells trigger memories. Unpleasant odors can bring back memories that indicate bad quality. So we have the solution for this. It's called ozone, a strong oxidizing power that neutralizes organic compounds and has antimicrobial action. And we are Usban, a revolutionary solution to indoor air purification. We basically remove all odors in a room and eliminate 98% of all bacteria and viruses in an enclosed area. How? By using controlled ozone technology. Our ceiling-mounted product first intakes air, then there's controlled ozone generation, followed by a curtain of direct contact purification, which leaves us with safe oxygen conversion in the room. So the smart air purifier market is booming. This year alone, it's at $10.1 billion, and every year it's expected to increase, giving us a CAGR of 12.4%. Now, we are sustainable at our core. We create ozone, and because of this, we adhere to each and every one of these sustainable development goals. We create healthier air, we're energy efficient, and we are chemical free. So our solution makes air better, it drives value, and most importantly, gives impact to all our stakeholders involved. Our customers, our investors, our partners, and most importantly, environment and society. Now, we are trusted everywhere. Our product is currently installed in the NH Hotel in Madrid, Colegio Nacional in Bogota, Torre Reforma in Mexico City, and Ada's Homes here in Madrid, and they all love our product. So this is a brief history of our growth and innovation as a company. In 2018, it was founded. In 2019, our first patents were filed. In 2021, we had certification, validation, and installation in the hospitals. However, in 2022 and 2023, Usban was put on hold because the EU regulations were not yet in place. But lucky for us, just a few months ago, new EU-wide regulation was put in place, and we are the new generation relaunching Usban. So the sky's our limit. We want to target high-visibility customers first to gain credibility, market influence, and distributor interest. So these are examples of high-potential sectors we are currently talking to, and they really are interested in our product, like El Pimiento Verde, Basic Fit, Talgo, Aida's Homes, San Jose Construction, and the offices of Movistar in Latin America. So through these partnerships, we will get the distributor engagement we need. So this is how we will measure our success, through our gross margin, through our cash conversion cycle, and through our free cash flows. As you can see here, we are ahead of the game in every aspect. Next to all the competitors in the market, we have better use in occupied spaces, we have lower maintenance costs, lower energy consumption, and lower operational costs, which really makes us stand out next to all our competitors. So we have strong numbers right now and an even stronger future. Each unit gives us a revenue of 550 euros, minus our costs gives us an EBITDA of about 219 euros per unit we sell. But of course, the economies of scale would allow us to lower our costs per unit in the future as we scale up. Now, this is our plan to reach 12 million euros in a span of 5 years. As you can see here, we break even with 450 euros in about 6 months. We have a pre-money valuation of 3 million euros, and a post-money valuation of 20 million euros with a MOIC of 6x. So we are recognized by the leaders in the industry with the best certifications out there, from INTA, Clínica Universidad de Navarra, AP+, CESA, Eurofins, and of course, our manufacturing partner, Maselca Electronica. We also are empowered by legal protection. We have patents in the ozone-generating light bulb and patents in the air deodorizing apparatus, which really solidifies us in the market right now. So the new EU regulations actually boost the ozone revolution, and we comply to each and every one of them. However, for Latin America and the rest of the world, a healthier future awaits, because we comply with both odor elimination and health regulation, which actually brings the market up much bigger for these areas. So this is our team with diverse and multifaceted backgrounds in legal, operations, business, and finance, backed by our mentors and partners that have had 10x exits and real-life operational knowledge. We are asking for 400,000 euros for a 13.3% stake in our company with an investment return of 6.2x in the next 5 years. So I'm inviting you to join us in improving people's lives. Thank you.
Any questions?
Hey guys, congrats for the pitch. So just to, I don't know if I got the full picture. So you're already generating revenues? Yes. Okay, from that system, because you said you're relaunching, so I got a little confused, yeah.
Yes, so we already generate revenues. The company is operating. However, with us and bringing our expertise in, we plan to expand on sales and basically to innovate the product further, because there are still ways to improve it. That's why we're asking for money right now.
Okay. And your go-to-market, you want to start, you want to go heavy here in Spain or anywhere else?
So we already have contacts here in Spain, and we already, as you have seen on our slides, we already sold it abroad as well to Latin American markets and to many others. Currently, our go-to-market plan is Spain and LATAM as our first approach. However, our ambition is only 2,000 units in the year one. So we're going to reach it already with the context that we have now and already with what we can do, just the four of us. So. Okay.
And during COVID, like many companies like this raised, because well, it was this necessity, but many fail. So why are you succeeding, or why will you succeed in the future? It's price point, or maybe you can tell the part of the idea.
So basically, what makes us different or differentiates us is that we have, as you have already seen, patents in two different things. One in the bulb that generates the ozone. That technology is patented in more than 150 countries already, and also the design of the device is patented and registered, and the patent is filed as well. So we have fully protection in that sense.
And it's a really good question, because during the pandemic, it was focused only on eliminating the viruses and the bacteria, but it was nothing like tangible, you know? And now with the odor industry, the odor, you feel the smell, so it's more easy for us to sell the device.
Thank you.
Hello, so one question here. You have here a single model, and you do have in the chain of implementation, you need installers, you need, so there's a whole chain in terms of getting to market of the influencers and so on. How are you planning? Do you have like an industrial version, a home version?
So we are focusing on B2B sales for now. Right now, we're doing it only with businesses. And basically, how the installation goes, how we work with our partners right now, is that we either negotiate with them a site supplier who will do the installation, or the technician from the business that actually operates there. Because installing this product is as easy as installing a light bulb.
I know some of you guys still have questions, but they'll still be here at the end. Thank you.
Thank you.
When you hear the word swiping, most of us have a very particular idea in our minds, I'd say, right? But wait for our next startup, Swiper, who is flipping this idea on its head. Let's see how they're changing the employment game.
Imagine a world where recruitment feels like love at first sight. Today, we stand at the intersection of opportunity and innovation. Let me tell you why. Companies face a big problem, recruitment. Assessing cultural fit and personal values is a constant struggle, usually leading to high mismatch and turnover. Finding the right match for them feels like finding the dot that stands out. It's pretty hard. And on the other hand, more than 50% of young professionals feel like job hunting is a tedious and overwhelming process. They are unable to separate their profiles from the rest. It's clear the traditional recruitment landscape is broken. So we created Swiper, the platform where talent and opportunities meet. It's simple. Companies can swipe left or right on relevant candidates, and talent can do the same on relevant opportunities. If they like each other, they will match and they can start chatting inside of the app. And why will it be a great match? Well, every talent profile in Swiper has a unique module called the Human ID. It's a place where you can showcase yourself as a person apart from your hard skills, breaking free from traditional resumes. Also, companies are not constrained to a predefined algorithm. Instead, you can customize it to your needs when you are swiping. For the first time, businesses can correctly pre-screen candidates without even talking to them. So when you do have an interview, it will be relevant, saving time and saving money. We've released our app more than 6 months ago, and we've gotten immense organic traction. Our customer acquisition cost is virtually zero. To date, we have more than 5,000 users in our app. We have raised more than $5,000 in grant money, and our revenue to date is $2,000. Swiper has also gained a lot of media traction, and we've strategically partnered with Takenos, one of LATAM's largest virtual wallets for freelancers. But why are we doing all of this now? Well, we found out that today, recruiters are concentrating on human connection and cultural fit when they are hiring. And also, and this probably happened to most of you, our survey showed that most job seekers cannot find companies or opportunities that they personally connect with. Swiper is the bridge between these two sides.
Our target market is LATAM and Spain, where companies are specifically startups, SMEs, as well as individual HR teams. This market is currently valued at $2 billion, and in the next couple of years, we aim to reach the US and other European countries. Swiper moves from open opportunity to the perfect match, faster than any platform available today. While we recognize the challenges in the competitive HR tech space, we have found our niche by addressing what others miss, a unique focus on a holistic view of candidates and truly aligning talent with purpose. Swiper works with a subscription model with 3 tiers for businesses and talent, and our plan is to integrate a global payment platform to start charging commission fees on every transaction done. This is the team behind Swiper. We are all people from completely different areas that came together to spark this movement over 2 years ago. We love people, we love human connection, and we have been through the problem from both sides. So we are passionate to solve this for our own lives too. We have already planned for next year, and in terms of product before Q2, we want to offer a complete experience. This means releasing the web app and the dashboard. After that, we'll focus on payment integration. In terms of go-to-market, we plan to put our efforts in keep on growing in Argentina, build a base in Spain, and start looking for an expansion to Colombia. And how? With marketing campaigns, events, and strategic partnerships, especially with course providers, accelerator programs, as well as universities, to attract both talent and companies. We have ambitious plans. If everything goes as planned, We expect exponential growth in revenue, reaching around $18 million by 2027. And right now, we are seeking exposure to continue growing, especially here in Spain. Your support means empowering young professionals to find meaningful opportunities.
So, imagine a future where recruiting feels like love at first sight. It's closer than you think. Thank you.
Any questions?
Yes, thank you. Carlos from Guaira, Telefónica. First of all, congratulations, and could you explain us a bit more about the competence landscape? And secondly, you validate anyway the information that the candidates submit in your app?
Okay, thank you for your question. First of all, regards the competitive landscape for us, our biggest competitor is LinkedIn, and we highly differentiate from it in 3 main points. First of all, we offer a holistic view of candidates. This means that candidates can distinguish themselves from a sea of other people that have the same technical skills. Then we are an effective platform. We go to the point. You don't have spam. You don't need to be scrolling for hours. Instead, we offer a quick solution and also a pre-screening of candidates, saving time and money for companies. And last but not least, we are an integral platform. This means that in Swiper, you can do everything. You only need one tool for recruiting, selecting, making automated agreements, and global payments.
And regarding your second question, we currently do not certify the skills. We are not a closed community, like, for example, other platforms. But as we said in the go-to-market, we want to partner with course providers so that we get the talent from those course providers, which is already pre-certified by them.
Thank you so much. Could you please double-click on the differentiation and how do you do the matching? Because do you use the information from these partners, or what kind of proxy do you have for stuff like soft skills, or how do you do this matching? Do you only use hard skills? Do you use soft skills? If you do, how do you use them? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. So basically, you're talking about the human ID. The human ID in Swiper. Right now, version 1 is a place where candidates can go in. They can film a 45-second presentation video. They can input their role models, their passions. They can choose their personality types. And that is embedded in the algorithm. So when a company looks for something, the algorithm considers the hard skills, but also all of the input in the human ID. And in our second version that we want to do in the future, we want to speak with industry experts, like, for example, psychologists, so that we can do our own psychometric tests and give that to the talent. Thank you.
Question. Yeah. Remind me, can you, if, for example, we do a match, can I provide like a bad or a good review? Can you do that?
And not currently, but of course it will be like the ride-sharing apps where you can review the talent, and also the talent.
Okay.
And also the talent can review the companies. Yes. That will be implemented in the future.
Thank you.
Get ready to dive into the world of alternative assets with our next startup, AltSec. They are making investments into art and collectibles more accessible than ever. Let's see how they're shaking up the markets.
Ajinkya, I had some money lying around and I was wondering, what do I invest it in? Do you have any recommendations?
Absolutely. Why don't you consider alternative assets like art and collectibles?
No, hold on. Don't you need like hundreds of thousands of dollars to invest in that?
Not really. You just require a nominal sum of amount to invest in these types of assets. Well, that's exactly our purpose, to democratize alternative assets for investors and financing solutions for asset owners.
Good evening, all. We are all SEC. I'm Advait Shirali, doing the Master in Finance at IE with a background in statistics, coding, and investment banking.
And I'm Ajinkya Deshmukh, doing Masters in Finance at IE Business School with a background in mergers and acquisitions, private and capital markets. And together, along with our broad board of advisors, we have the expertise and experience to solve the impending problem. But what is the problem? The problem is twofold, from the investor's side and from the asset holder's side. From the investor side and asset holder side, the common problem is illiquidity. However, specific to investors, it is high minimum investment amount. And for the asset owners, it is high maintenance cost of these art and collectible items. Now, moving on, what is our solution? Our solution is threefold. One, convert these art and collectibles into stocks, list those stocks on our exchange, and then facilitate the trades through brokers. You'll ask me, what is the market size for this? $22 trillion is the entire market size for alternative investments, out of which, for art and collectibles, our SOM comes down to a whooping $250 billion. Now, let's say 20 years ago, you had invested $100 in art and collectibles as against the S&P 500. This right here would be your payoff. Diversification is one of the most important factors for an investor. You would not put your eggs in one basket. That is exactly where our product shines. Art and collectibles has entirely low correlation with the classical investment opportunities. Regulatory outlook, another important facet of this type of business. That is why we consulted with an American law firm and got a perspective on this. We would be incorporating in Texas. We'd be registering as an alternative trading system, which is similar to that of an exchange. And also, we are tokenizing the shares of the asset and not the asset directly. And that is why tokenization regulations are really important here.
So let's look at the comparative landscape. There are a few players who allow you to invest in art and collectibles, but they have an asset manager's approach. So the investable universe is much more limited. But we are an exchange. We don't assume even the risks of this asset. Our model is much less risky. But you'd say, hey, there's another exchange, so what are you guys doing that's different? They are focusing only on art. We plan to eventually move on to the entire alternatives market. And we are tokenizing the shares of our assets. So from a regulatory standpoint, we are much more safe. And so our business model services the entire value chain, right from issuers who own these assets to investors like you and I who want to invest in them. Let's assume LVMH approaches us with a $5 million limited edition handbag collection to list on our platform. From that listing, through advisory and listing and transaction fees, we make a one-time revenue of $140,000. And we also make an annual recurring revenue through membership and transaction fees of $137,000. Our go-to-market strategy is in 3 broad stages. We are taking a strictly B2B approach in approaching institutions and also in approaching investors through brokers. And so in the initial stage, we'll be building relationships and working on our prototype. In the second stage, we'll have rolled out our exchange model. And in the third stage, we'll be expanding our geographic presence and the offerings we have. Our tech stack focuses on a platform that's easy to use. The trades will be happening on a blockchain, but we do not want you to use cryptocurrencies. And this is a look into the future of what we have in mind. So in the past, our competitors on an average in their seed round have raised around $3.5 million. We are therefore here today seeking from you $760,000. Why? To develop the skeletal structure of our exchange, to clear the regulatory landscape, and to begin with our go-to-market efforts. We are here to build an institution and revolutionize the world of finance. And therefore, we'd like you to be with us on this journey.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. I love your idea. I find it very inspiring, but I'm still struggling to understand it. When a company puts up shares, I understand how they are valued.
Yes.
So my question is twofold. If we take the example of art, whether I'm an institutional collector or a private collector, what does it mean to have this painting in shares? That's one. I cannot model it in my head. Second, I love the Louis Vuitton example or the LVMH example, but I don't understand why a company this big would want to fund anything related to its product and share that, because they already have huge capital behind it. So perhaps if you can address this now or later, I'll be interested.
Absolutely.
Thanks.
I'll address this now, in fact. So it's really interesting. So what happens is specifically a collector who has painting. Let's say I have a painting at my home. I get an immediate exit on that investment. 80% to 20, 80 to 20 is our criteria. That means 80% of the value of shares are going to be listed, 20% the owner has to keep with himself. The main important thing here is you don't have to move that painting at all from your place. And why would someone like Louis Vuitton would want to do this? Luxury goods manufacturers, specifically, they manufacture whatever inventories are unsold, they have to destroy it so that people don't replicate it. This is where we come into picture, because they could claim it to be a specific limited edition listed on the platform where the value appreciates, and after that, that can be sold off to a private buyer, thereby making profits.
Particularly on the question of valuation, even auction houses value paintings, so to speak of it.
I would like you to explain a little bit more about why you are tokenizing the shares rather the assets.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, there are some of our competitors have tried tokenizing the assets directly. Again, this is when you talk about tokenizing anything, you're entering into the crypto space, in the blockchain space. The regulatory landscape on that is still evolving, it's changing. Tokenizing the shares is much more, is a much better solution because, again, as we said, we won't be trading in cryptocurrencies. The shares will be transmitted via blockchain. If you tokenize the share directly, you expose yourself to certain regulatory risk because, as I said, the regulatory landscape on tokenization is evolving, particularly directly tokenizing a tangible asset.
Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we have Tuluk. You can design your personal style on this app. So thank you so much. Okay. Good luck.
These are my classmates here, and as you can see, they're not necessarily taking notes. Well, turns out they're not alone. My name is Maria, and I've always loved shopping. But let's be honest, over the years, I've spent countless hours scrolling through thousands of products, always hoping to find something I actually liked. In fact, women spend nearly 3 years of their lives deciding what to buy. I mean, shopping should be fun, but instead, it has become overwhelming, time-consuming, and just exhausting. This is why we created Tuluk, your personal shopping experience. And guys, we actually made it. Santiago's gonna show you our MVP.
And don't worry, we're gonna let you play with it at the end. So we built a platform that takes products from hundreds of brands and displays them to the user one at a time. They can swipe left to pass, or right if they like the product, simplifying the decision-making process. We use a hybrid recommendation algorithm that uses these swipes to learn from each user and generates personalized recommendations, making it easier to find the product they want. In the meantime, we're collecting behavioral and product data. And you can enjoy this experience with your friends by viewing the products and sharing your collection. You can also get rewarded for making joint purchases. Finally, once the user has made a decision, they get redirected to the brand's website where they can finalize a purchase. And this is only for the early stage though, because we want to integrate checkout into the app to do everything with one account, one order, and unlimited shopping options. And how do we get the brands on board? Well, as of right now, we're scraping the data off of the brand's websites. This is what we're doing to test the MVP. But luckily for us, there are product API aggregators that allow us to easily connect and extract any information we might need from products from brands like Nike, Zara, and Uniqlo. And then finally, once we have enough users, we want to enable the brands to upload their own products onto our platform. We've established a relationship with Mexico's largest fashion holding group. They emphasize the need for better trend prediction and more accurate client targeting. They said the data we're generating is very valuable to them. And Tuluk isn't just an idea. It's a solution that people are asking for. We've built this very closely with our potential customers. We've talked to over 100 of them. And their words said it best. Like, I don't know why it doesn't already work like this. Or, we need something like this to better predict trends. We can proudly say we've already generated over 50 affiliate leads, a small step towards proving Tuluk's potential to revolutionize online shopping.
And we are the dream team. With experience in e-commerce, I led product categories at Amazon, software development, this is Santiago's second consumer tech startup, and aggregators. Pato helped build up the second biggest e-commerce startup in Mexico. Our combined skill sets put us in a good position to navigate the competitive landscape where there are already a few players, like List, which is an online fashion retailer that focuses on delivering a personalized experience, or Style, which is an early-stage startup that with no funding managed to get over 60,000 users in just 1 year. However, we're the only ones to combine a personalized, gamified, and social experience. Our interface allows us to gather very specific data, and once we're established in the market, it'll be very difficult for others to catch up.
Through our customer research, we decided to focus on the biggest market within e-commerce, fashion. And on launch, we were targeting Mexico, which is our home country. It was the fastest growing country in the industry in 2023. And it's also a market that's familiar and where we have a network that will allow us to more easily reach both brands and customers. And once we've proven the concept with fashion, we want to scale into new categories like beauty or home decor, and new markets like the US and Europe.
To reach other people like me, we launched marketing campaigns on social media platforms like Instagram, which is where we spend most of our time on, and managed to get over 300 website visits in just 1 week. Through these tests, we calculated our cost per click, and using the industry average conversion rate of 2.4%, we calculated our CAC. Through these efforts, Tuluk is going to be also looking at other things like doing exclusive product launches, partnering with blogs and magazines, and finally, enhancing our social features to grow our browsing community.
Our main revenue stream is affiliate marketing, generating us a 5 to 20% commission on every sale. Others include advertisement spaces by allowing companies to pay for their products to appear sooner, and offering brands with competitive intelligence, product data, and industry trends. We believe in the future this could be our main revenue stream. And we've made projections for users who browse through products every week and those who make a purchase at least once per month. And together they'll generate $630,000 in revenue by the end of year 1.
So we're seeking to raise $250,000 in order to hire developers, launch our campaigns, operating costs, and pay for service.
And as promised, scan this QR code y encuentra tu look.
Thank you guys, great pitch. So from my point of view, your challenge is to onboard almost every brand, right? Because for example, if it's Sarah that is huge, doesn't want to be in your platform, I mean, you're dead, right? Because you want to compare. I mean, there are some brands that maybe don't like the idea of being compared to other brands or being mixed, you know, this is, so what's your thoughts?
Well, talking with the brands, like Grupo Axo, they own more than 50 brands in Mexico. They told us that this would be really helpful for them. They never mentioned an issue with being compared with other products. They just want to find the right product for the right person.
I have one question about the lifetime value. So I saw that if I read it properly, 6 to 9 purchases, and then you have no client anymore, or how does it go? Thank you.
Sorry, I didn't understand.
The lifetime value. So the calculations on the lifetime value are of our own, and they're only taking into account people that are making purchases. So we need to keep working on making those same calculations for people who are using the app for free, because that data they're generating is also valuable. So those, since it's a marketing test, and right now it's the only way we can actually calculate the customer acquisition cost, that's why it's like that.
Any other questions?
Hey, good pitch, guys. Some of the features of the app are most likely to be in the apps of the H&Ms and the Zaras of the world, right? Some of the features of your app are most likely to be in the apps of the shops.
Some of the features,
yeah. And I wonder, don't you have a B2B angle there to just sell technology as an answer to the other investor, right? If you have a problem onboarding, perhaps your play is a technology play. I don't know. Food for thought.
We have thought about the B2B side, that is selling the data of the individual products to the brands, because they can't gather data until a person clicks on the product. We, on the other hand, can see how much time a person sees at the product because we show it one by one.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next up, we have TribeGron, changing the context for India's tribal farmers, promoting sustainability, and providing you with organic produce.
Good evening. We are TribeGron, serving pure. India, known for its rich biodiversity and culture, is home to over 700 indigenous communities and representing around 104 million people. These tribes comes with deep agricultural knowledge throughout generations and play a vital role in preserving our environment and cultural heritage. But sadly, recently these communities are facing economic hardship and lack of market access, with 70% of tribal households earning less than $1 a day. Not only this, every day, thousands of tribal people migrate to cities leaving behind their land, culture, and traditions. And on the other side, the urban consumers who are looking for sustainable and healthy food products struggles to find a trusted source. This is where TribeGron steps in. TribeGron bridges the gap between tribal farmers and urban markets. We empower India's tribal farmers by integrating their traditional wisdom with sustainable regenerative agricultural practices and help them grow chemical-free products. By efficiently eliminating the intermediaries, we ensure fair compensation for these farmers while providing traceable and chemical-free products to our consumers. Now, this sounds like an NGO, right? But no, this is a real business. Couple of years back, TribeGron started with just 10 farmers, and today we proudly work with over 4,000 farmers, 45% of them being women, and the number is increasing. With TribeGron, these farmers have seen their annual income increase up to 25%. And inspired by them, many other tribal farmers are willing to join us. On business side, with a retention rate of 63%, we have grown in revenue of 50,000 USD in India and now ready for our next chapter, global expansion. So let me give you a glimpse of our operational overview. First step, we form the community groups at the village level, train them and help them grow the chemical-free products, procure the products from them, take it to our warehouse, where the packaging and branding is done under TribeGron, and then from there, it directly goes to our consumers. These are few of our testimonials from India. For market entry, global market entry, starting with the UAE, we conducted a survey confirming high demand for sustainable and chemical-free products and availability in hypermarkets. So to align with this, we are in talks with Grand Hypermarket chain in Dubai, and they are willing to, because they have recently started the organic department of theirs, so they are willing to take us on board, and we are looking forward to seek a retail partnership with them. So why now? With growing consumer demands, untapped market potential, and supportive policies, we think that this is the right time for TribeGron to expand outside India. So the market opportunity is huge. By 2026, the organic food market globally is poised to reach 320 billion USD. The UAE market alone valued at 200 million and growing at a CAGR of 13%. We also did competitive analysis for the brands in UAE, and we found that TribeGron stands out with its optimized supply chain and sustainable product portfolio. Our focus on cultural preservation and social impact gives us a unique edge. Our revenue model is straightforward yet scalable. 40% of it comprising of D2C sales through e-commerce and TribeGron's website, 35% from retail partnership with organic food stores and other hypermarkets, and 25% from B2B collaboration and corporate gifting. In next 5 years, TribeGron projects the revenue increase of up to 5 million USD by reaching 40,000 consumers and benefiting 20,000 tribal farmers. Our immediate goal is to enter the UAE market with all the required certifications, and in next 2 years, we aim to build a foundation to enter the other Middle Eastern countries. For go-to-market, we are planning to get a warehouse space in Dubai, and from there, start with e-commerce as well as our retail partnership with Grand Hypermarket and Lulu agents. TribeGron, we are a team of passionate people with extensive experience in startup, tech, sustainability, agricultural value chain development, and on the legal side as well, which we'll need for a global expansion. We are also supported by our strong advisory boards. And here, we seek the investment of 100K for UAE entry, growing in revenue up to 600K, and increasing farmers' income by up to 50% in next 2 years, with a focus of market entry, brand awareness, and optimizing the supply chain and logistics. We invite us to join us, and together, let's keep the traditions and this planet alive. Thank you.
So thank you. I have a question. You have a huge market in India.
Yes.
Why are you seeking to internationalize so quickly when you can grow so high your customers in India?
Yeah, in India, we are growing, and we are growing organically, and also we are backed up by the Ministry of Agriculture. But yeah, seeing the global market for organic food products, if we enter now, I think this is the best time to enter the Middle East, and then slowly we can grow to the other markets.
Hey, I'm wondering, good pitch, thanks. It's clear. I'm wondering if you demonstrate the value of this and you get a good market, what would stop a typical traditional larger distributor from swooping in and just taking, your primary matter or materials, which are these tribal products? Maybe now they are not interested, the traditional distributors, because you have not demonstrated that there's a market for it, So what's your strategy there? Have you thought about this problem?
Yes, so basically, when we thought about this, we talked with the farmers, and their main concern is that they are not getting the value because all the intermediaries, they are taking up most of the chunk of it. So they are very exploited, and it was a challenge for us initially to explain the entire project. But yeah, because we are providing the tribal farmers 25% extra margin from what they are getting with the normal distribution chain, they are sticked with us.
Yeah, one more question.
Thank you for the pitch. Regarding your capacity to grow, do you have a limit? Do you have enough resources to supply the market if you are successful and you can develop everything in terms of tribes to engage in the project, communication, connection with them, logistics to move the product to the selling points, etc.?
No, currently we have no limits because we have 3 products as of now, and we are already working on 8 to 9 products which are in pilot phase and which will be launched soon. And as I mentioned, there are 700 tribal communities in India alone, and globally there are more than 15,000 tribal communities. And also, India is known for agriculture, and 80% of the farmers are below margin. So we can also tap into them.
Thank you very much.
All right, so after all these great pitches we've seen so far, unfortunately the time has come where we do have to introduce someone as last but not least. As we please welcome Lexi to the stage, a startup which aims to improve dyslexia diagnostics.
All right, hello everyone. Well, I'd like you to meet, well, me. So to start things off, let me tell you a little bit of a story. So when I was in 4th grade, I asked my teacher how to spell the word I'm, as in ein, am together. Pretty simple. She responded by saying, "Are you stupid?" And that was the first time I felt like I was stupid. The second time was here in IE. No, I'm just kidding. But as my grades began to decline, I realized I had to confront my parents. And in doing so, they said, "Well, you might be dyslexic because your brother's dyslexic, and so is your grandmother." So I was pretty fortunate to be diagnosed pretty early on. But that's not always the case, because 2 out of 10 people are likely to have dyslexia. But if we look at 20 individuals with dyslexia, we realize that only 1 of those people are actually officially diagnosed for dyslexia. So that kind of brings us to quite a big problem. Not only is it educational challenges, like I mentioned earlier, but also there's a failure in the health system, because you can't use insurance to actually pay for dyslexia, meaning that you can pay upwards of $2,000 just to get diagnosed, which brings it quite costly. And then, of course, there's a perception that it's a disability, right? But then I ask you, would you consider Walt Disney or Richard Branson as people with disabilities? I wouldn't think so. So to solve this, we're going to introduce you today to Lexi. And Lexi is a platform to diagnose and help individuals with dyslexia. Through a gamified and interactive way, you actually get to play a game and get diagnosed for dyslexia in the background. Furthermore, using an AI technologies and other ways will actually help you understand your dyslexia and how to manage it in the future. But we need to figure out whether or not people actually want this. So we surveyed about 500 schools, and 100 of those actually were interested and willing to pay for a platform such as Lexi. But then we wanted to take it further, so we actually agreed to pilot with 3 schools in the UAE and Jordan, respectively. And then we got an MVP, and we tried that MVP on 25 students in one of the schools and realized that 7 of those students have dyslexic tendencies. But what about competition? So who are we really up against here? Regarding competition, there's not much. Right? We got Telemo, which is actually a company that does a dyslexic screener. And then the majority of the other ones are actually leaning towards the learning tool side of things. Well, we want to hit on the things that are missing, right? So an official dyslexic diagnosis, a personalization aspect so you understand your particular type of dyslexia, and an AI integration so that you can actually keep learning and enhancing and improve your dyslexia moving forward in the future. Now, what about the business model? For the business model, it's pretty simple. We're looking at you go to a school, you test all the students, and then once you test the students and find out who's dyslexic, you then give them Lexi support, which is a subscription-based model for students and teachers. But our go-to-market strategy is interesting because as a Lexi family, we have 30+ years of experience in the education industry, to which allowed us to actually create Bravo Bravo, which is an edtech company for math and Arabic, which we have 200+ schools in the UAE that are actively using it, the market we're going to work in. But that also allowed us to have connections with the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Health, and that is all part of our unfair advantage. And in that unfair advantage, we also create strategic partnerships with clinics and reading centers, and that also is part of the great idea of a first mover advantage, where there aren't any competition in the MENA region. But what's our plan from now until 5 years' time? So currently we have an MVP screener. This screener is active in 2 schools, one in Jordan, one in the UAE. And we're going to be bootstrapping this product to understand that to actually move it towards year 1, where we expand the market to 200+ schools. Then we're going to look for that investment to help us expand in the MENA region. That pushes us also to go into year 5, which is United States and Australian markets. But are we profitable? Are we scalable? Yes, because 50% of our revenues actually come from recurring subscription fees. But every dollar counts, so our LTV to CAC is actually above the general benchmark and above the EdTech company benchmark at 5.4. Now, what about an exit? For an exit for us, there's actually three options. Either we do private equity, or we do venture capital, or EdTech companies. And if you look at Virgin, as I mentioned Richard Branson earlier, he's actually someone that is creating a dyslexic university. But this is all not possible without a stellar team. So we have an operator with a background in operation consulting from McKinsey, a calculator with a background in 7+ years of private equity, and then a communicator with a background in marketing from Coca-Cola, and then the dyslexic, dysfunctional person, myself, the pitcher, with a background in actually starting a startup in EdTech. But it doesn't stop there, because we're talking about an EdTech and health tech, right? So we need to have someone that's licensed to actually diagnose people for dyslexia. And then furthermore, we need to have someone that understands technology with an AI background as well. And of course, we're talking about a startup here. So a startup, we need to understand someone who has experience in entrepreneurship. All these are part of our advisory board to help us grow Lexi to where we want it to be. And with that being said, we'd love for you to join us to build a more sustainable future through inclusivity.
Thank you, guys. Great pitch, actually. The diagnosis is clear for me. What's your method after that? Sorry, I didn't get that clear.
Yeah, so I mean, most of the time when you get diagnosed, currently you go to a psychologist, you get a 12-page report, and if you're dyslexic, you never read it. So we actually want you to actually play different games, and from that you actually try different spelling things. A lot of the time, practice helps you actually memorize certain words that you always kind of mess up. So it's a lot of different kind of games that you get to play more, but also to help you understand your particular type of dyslexia. And that's where the continuation is more insights on you. And there's also something called dyslexic advantage, what we would actually test to figure out what your dyslexic advantage is. It's like a superpower, per se, for people with dyslexia. Does that answer the question?
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. You have explicitly stated 3 ways of exit.
Yes.
And I think this is the only pitch where we have seen this. When do you want this to happen?
Like a favorite?
Yeah.
Well, until the exit actually comes. There is no favorite because I want to make it happen. But no. I mean, I guess maybe the favorite would be Richard Branson, knowing that there's a big advocate for dyslexia that's actually creating now a dyslexic university, working with Made by Dyslexia, which is another dyslexia firm that actually just helps about dyslexic thinking. So I know that there's great potential there. I would say that one's maybe the closest one to my heart, maybe, but yeah. Which is private equity, sorry.
So great pitch. Can you explain a little bit more about the product itself, how you're going to train it, how it works, and it will be enhanced? Thank you.
So for the product itself, a lot of the training has to be in tandem with the doctors, right? So you also have to have kind of a group of individuals that are not dyslexic, group of individuals that are dyslexic. From there, you kind of have a control group, and you test the product continuously with both parties involved, and you want to ensure that you're actually abiding by a lot of the different standards that you do when you're sitting in an actual office with a clinic, to make sure that it abides by the DTS-A or DTS-J, depending on the age demographic that you're using. And then from there, you keep testing and figuring out if the results given are similar to those given by a doctor. So it does take a lot of testing and research development to ensure that the product actually works in that way. But for the product itself, it's mostly just you use the product in the background, you're getting diagnosed. And it's a game for you. And hence makes it a lot more enjoyable for someone to actually get diagnosed, taking away the stigma of it feeling like I'm going to a doctor, but rather a game.
Thank you. If you have any more questions, you guys can ask him after the ceremony.
Does anybody want a t-shirt? Oh, sorry, only went to this side. But thank you.
So let's have a big round of applause for all of our startups who presented this evening. All their hard work. Okay, so now the jury is going to follow Anik into a secret room. They're going to do the voting. Oh, okay. And as for the audience, we want to know who you guys think has the best startup. So I'm going to hand the mic over to Jamie Clark. Where is he? Right there. Okay, he's the Associate Director at IE, the Entrepreneurship Center. And along, like my co-hosts, Nico and Filippo, we are signing off for the night. So thank you so much. Okay.
Hello, hello. Good evening, everyone. Yeah, my name is Jamie, and I'm the Associate Director here at the Center of Entrepreneurship and Innovation. Appreciate it. But before the applause comes this direction, I just would like to ask our MCs to come back up on stage for a second, if you can, Isa, Filippo, and Nico, because you guys have done an exceptional job tonight, and you deserve a massive round of applause from the audience, but we'll maybe wait for you to come back up. We have to keep it rolling because, well, they're still coming up. I just want you to be berated in the same love, because you guys have done an exceptional job tonight, moderating, keeping everyone on time, doing those slick transitions that we've been practicing so well. So I hope, as an audience, you've appreciated the hard work that the MCs have done. So just one more clap for them. They've been amazing. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now, if I could please ask the help of my tech team up in the stands to put on a QR code. So up on the screen is the crowd vote, the wisdom of the crowd. And the reason that I'm up on stage now for this moment is so I can pretend like all of you are taking a photo of me. I know you're not. I know you're signing the QR code behind me. It should take you to a link, directpoll.com. I'm not giving them an endorsement, just a free app that I like. Could you guys give me a thumbs up that you're in the poll? All right. Well, you know what to do. We're going to be voting for our favorite startups. And we've seen a lot of incredible startups. So I know it's not going to be an easy task. Not at all. I would love to, is there anyone in this side of the room that's kind of here as like a neutral that doesn't know any of the startups? Is the first time that you're seeing them? Can you raise your hand? Do you want to come up on stage? If you're not, yeah, you can both come up. Yeah, it'd be great to hear from you. If you just want to come up here. Just whilst you guys are all scanning. What's your name?
I'm Swaf.
Swaf. Yes, Swaf. Ignacio, pleasure to meet you. I'll be just curious, as like, you know, people who have just come here tonight, probably your first Venture Lab? Yeah? I'll just be curious to know what, if you remember the pitches that resonated for you, just out of curiosity as to what you've enjoyed from tonight.
I didn't hear you well what I enjoyed for tonight.
Yeah, what pitches resonated with you?
To be honest, Sinx, it was my favorite. I actually want to talk with them afterwards. I want to understand more the project. What about you?
I was surprised by some of the pricing models that the business offered, such as the subscription. The one I liked more was Usban, I think you say like that, the one with the air filters, because I think that it's so I think it's a very scalable business model, and then you can get to many places all around the world. Like, I think that all of the value propositions were great, and especially those that offered a subscription and very scalable model.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Big hand of applause for our two anonymous random off the stage. Appreciate it, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. So how are we traveling on those QR codes? Have we got our votes in? Yeah? Are we feeling good with our votes? Do we want to change? Is there any startup last minute that we're thinking, oof, Yeah, maybe I need to do that change. No, we're feeling pretty good about it. So the jury now are going to spend the next 6 or 7 minutes deliberating on the winners. And I haven't really coordinated with the band, but should we get some beats going? If we want to get some music going as well. Si quieren escuchar un poco de música también, mientras tanto, igual no estaba organizado, pero me parece, I think it's a good plan to spice it up. I'm not going to dance for you guys, don't worry. Okay, maybe a little bit. I'll save it for the after party.
My love has got no money, he's got a strong beliefs. My love has got no power, he's got a strong beliefs. My love has got no fame, he's got a strong beliefs. My love has got no money, he's got a strong beliefs. Want more and more, people just want more and more freedom and love. What he's looking for, want more and more. People just want more and more freedom and love. What he's looking for, freed from desire. Mind and senses purified, freed from desire. Mind and senses purified, freed from desire. Mind and senses purified, free from desire. Na 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 na
Thank you very much to our band as well. Can we give them a big round of applause, please? They have been amazing. And it so happens to be that Freed from Desire is one of my favorite songs, so I appreciate it. Although I'm much more used to drinking a lot before dancing it, but that's neither here nor there. So the jury's coming back. I would appreciate if the people up in those back rows, if we can now take a seat again for, well, the big moment. So yeah, the jury has deliberated. How are we feeling, jury? Are we feeling good? Feeling good. Good. Anik's not just in the back there. Do you want to come up and do some karaoke with me? No? Well, we'll save it. We'll save it for later. Couple of weeks. Sounds good. Well, I'm super excited for the next moments, and I know it's been a sort of 2 or 3 months of just incredibly hard work for all you, for everyone to get to this point. And I just have to say, like, I think the quality this evening has been exceptional. So again, just congratulations to everyone who's done so well. And I'm just going to go knock on the door and see how Anik's doing. This is not scripted, by the way. I'm just actually going to check. Okay, it's scripted. Let's go. Let's do it. Mike's there. Yeah, so the QR, so has everyone got their vote in? Sorry, nobody felt they haven't spent 7 minutes deciding. Can we give me a thumbs up if you got your vote in? Well, it's a lot of thumbs up. That's what we like to see.
Okay. I hope not everybody's drinking a beer yet, because we first have to win something. Before we start the prize ceremony, I want to introduce a very special, how do you call somebody that exchanges prizes? I want to introduce you, yeah. Colleague, friend, absolutely, but I wanted to give you a special title. Isabella, can you shortly introduce yourself, please?
Yes, so, well, thank you, Anik. I'm a Chief Sustainability Officer here at the university. I normally come only for the Sustainability Prize, but actually I'm an alumni, and I was in your position 15 years ago with my entrepreneurship plan, which became a reality. So I hope you pursue your dreams as I did also, and I'm very excited to be here.
Perfect. And since our startups are getting more and more sustainable, it's only fitting that Isabella is with us on stage. So guys, the moment is here. Finalists, you did an incredible job. Don't mistake the efficiency from the jury on how very difficult it was. My jury just knows me very well, and I'm very Dutch and very direct, but it was very, very close. We had, I think, probably the most voting rounds that we've ever done in the most recent years. That being said, we're gonna start with the number 3 of the finalists. Can I have a drum roll, please? The winner of the third prize of Venture Day 2024 is Tuluk.
Congratulations.
It's a long way down, guys. It's a lot of stairs.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Y ahora tenemos la foto. The Spanish way.
We're getting a hand check. Congratulations. Hold on.
Okay.
Oops. Got the mic?
Perfect. Okay, congratulations. I'm going to ask you to be there because we're going to ask you back up for the family photo later. Then, in second prize, Jamie, I think it's only fair, after Jamie did all the semi-finals with all the startups, how many were there? About 70?
Yeah, there was around 70. So, yeah, it's been a journey, and it's not easy to get to this point, so we're really splitting hairs here. But I'm happy to announce as second place, and I would love a drum roll, please, is Ballanter.
Yes, women, we do have options.
This means so much. Congratulations.
Thank you guys, it's fantastic. I'll go on this side so we a quick picture, guys. Big applause once again for number 2. And then Isabella, I'm going to ask you to announce the winner of Venture Day 2024.
First place? Okay, first place. And the winner is Lexi. Congratulations.
Yeah, I'm gonna bit of both. Congratulations, mate. Congratulations. Congratulations. Oh, sorry, I did 2 kisses there too. Congratulations, mate. In the middle, I'm in the side then. Más para allá. Más para allá, todos. Big round of applause for Lexi.
Congratulations, Lexi. Very well deserved. Then we right now have a very, very, very special prize that we do always. I think for those who study at IE know how important sustainability is. So, Isabella, can you tell me a little bit more about the next prize and why we have one specific for this?
So, well, basically, sustainability is part of, or we like to say that it's part of the whole identity of the organization. It's part of the purpose of who we are. We want to foster positive change, and for this, we have to introduce the right content inside the classroom and also promote certain activities so that you really believe that sustainability is important. No? And one of the activities we do is giving out this prize to the most sustainable company that is presented in the Venture Day. So the prize, it's the most beautiful of all of them.
I'm going to hold this because I think you're going to need
No, so just 1 second. It's a closed ecosystem, and basically the ecosystem, you don't need to provide it with anything because it lives in equilibrium, okay? So that's how our planet should work, in equilibrium with no need of anything. And the startup that for me has received, has the most sustainable business model is one that incorporates not only in what they provide, I mean as a service or as a product, but also in the way of that they've developed their business model. Basically, they incorporated the environmental aspect of sustainability. Their startup has also a social component. Actually, they include social innovation as part of their business model. And, well, I think you already know what the startup is. It's TribeGron. So congratulations. Thank you.
It's a long way down those stairs every time, guys, so we're asking for a little patience. It's quite a workout.
I'm looking for a water slide, just straight down onto the stage. Work in progress.
One more big applause, please. Then we have quite a few prizes, and we're going to go quick on these, but they're not less deserved. These cars started a few years ago. Isabella, I don't know if you remember, it was actually before my time. But when I was a student, yes, I'm getting a little bit older. Not old, but a little bit. When I was a student, the IMBA teams tend to rule the entire Venture Days. It was like 8 finalists out of 10 were IMBA. That's no longer the case. So we want to acknowledge all the programs, all the best teams. So we're going to do that now. Surprise, surprise, the best in that team is Lexi. Can you please come on up and get your second prize? We're going to make this one quick, guys. They've had their moment. Okay, then, sorry guys, we're going to do the next one. Thank you. This one is also not new, but I promise you afterwards we come. The best MIM team is...
Balancer.
Balancer, can you come back up?
Yes, Anik has disappeared. Very, very mysterious, I'd say. And she's back.
Sorry, I need to look at the tech team. Sorry, guys. I went too quick and too efficient, so not efficient. Mayor, the next team is the best undergrad team, right? Is that correct? Because I don't want to... Oh, science and technology. Okay, cool. Sorry, guys. The best science and technology team is...
Swiper. Congratulations.
Then yes, I think now the best undergrad team. So guys, again, just a little history. In the 4 years I've been here, we went from a few undergrad team to them now making up over 30% of Venture Lab, and we expect that to be over 50 quite soon. So we want to acknowledge the best undergrad team here. A very, very big applause for FitWave. For the first time in a while, we did not have an alumni make the finals. So we have a prize from the runners-up. So the best alumni team for this year is...
Lights. Did I say it right? Yeah, Lights.
Congrats! And he's still here. Come on up.
Well. We have one last award, which is the wisdom of the crowd. The wisdom of the crowd, and I've got it very officially on this little piece of paper, and I'm going to be reading it now. And the winner is, of the crowd votes, Messa.
more moment before you can have all the cervezas, vinos, y tapas. I want to ask all my fellows who that made this day happen. So all my fellows in an IE t-shirt, please stand up. My dear MCs, can I have the biggest applause for them? Because without them, we do not function.
Congratulations.
The same goes for our dear jury, our mentors. Venture Lab would not be without you. For now, I hope to see you in the next Venture Day. And please, I hope to see you at the bar with un cervecita. Vamos.
No more
Gracias.
than 2 drinks, yeah?
Yeah, and then all the startups, all the jury, all the fellows, can you please come on stage? Can we make one big group picture? And then we get our wine and cerveza too. So my dear IE fellows, all the startups, doesn't matter if you won a prize, not won a prize, you're still winners. And my dear jury, please come on stage.